Welcome to this new video by Simplilearn. In this video, we are going to see top 5 Python projects for 2023. Python projects provide students and working professionals willing to learn Python with hands-on learning experience that can help them to improve their coding skills, build a portfolio, enhance creativity, prepare for future careers, and may develop teamwork and collaboration skills. Therefore, one should do more and more Python projects to improve their programming skills and advance their careers. Python developers have a huge demand in the industry. Tech giants are hiring Python developers with competitive salaries. So, if you are looking to get hired and work with the top brands, get certified in Python with Simplilearn's postgraduate program in AI and machine learning. With this certification, you will not only learn Python but also gain expertise in AI and machine learning. So, hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box. Our learners have experienced huge success in their careers. Listen to their experience. Find the Simplilearn's course reviews link in the description box below. So without any further ado, let's start with top 5 Python projects for 2023.
And now we'll see the demo of what we will create today. That is the Minesweeper game. So this is our Minesweeper game. So first we have a frame and we have our title here, that is Minesweeper game. Then we have the cells left, that is 36. We have set the size of the board to 36 only. So Minesweeper features a grid of clickable squares that we can see here that has hidden mines scattered throughout the board. And the objective is to clear the board without detonating any mines, with help from clues about the number of neighboring mines in each field. As if I click on this field, you will see two. So there would be two mines near this box. That could be here, here, here. That could be like horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. And that would be to the adjacent boxes only. So here it could be a mine, here. So if you click on a mine, the game would be over for you. So you have to click on the numbers and be aware of not detonating the mines and solve the puzzle. So moving on. Now we'll have a simple quiz for you guys. So your question for the quiz is, which of the following concepts is not a part of Python? And your options are, first is pointers, second is loops, third is dynamic typing, and the fourth is all of the above. Please answer in the comment section below and we'll update the correct answer in the pinned comment. You can pause the video, give it a thought, and answer in the comment section. And I have an insightful for you guys. If you are focused on building strong foundational skills for career growth, in that case, you can check out a free course to learn Python basics with a completion certificate from Skill Up by Simplilearn. You can check the Python basics course in the description box below. We will give the link there. You can just go and check it out. So now we'll start with the tutorial, and now we'll create a folder. Name it as Minesweeper. And inside we'll open the command prompt and write the command code space period and press enter. So we'll get our command prompt open, and here we'll create a file and name it as main.py. And now we'll start our code to make a Minesweeper game. So first thing, we will import the package, that would be the Kinter. So from Kinter, we'll import all the classes. And now we will create a root and initialize the tk instance. And now we'll configure this window And using configure, you can change the background color or text, the window, or any element or widget of the Kinter widget. So here we would set the background color and we'll set it as black. And moving on, now we'll set the geometry. That would be the size of the Tkinter window. So first I will show you how our window would look like. For that, I will write the command root dot main loop. Now we'll save this file and run it. You could see that the Tkinter window has appeared and it has the background color as black. Now we'll set the geometry of this window. So that would be how much size it should appear when we just run our code. So for that, we will write the command root dot geometry, and inside we will make the height and width of the window static. Not static, we will make it dynamic. For static, we can simply write 400 x 700, and those would be in inverted commas. We'll save this and run this file. You could see that 400 is the width of the window and 700 is the height of the window. So we have the window with 400 width and 700 height, but we want the window to be dynamic. So for that, we will set the width and height above only. So we will write a variable width and set the width as 1400 and height equal to 720 pixels. Now in the geometry function, we would declare the dynamic variables that would take the width and height from here and set the geometry. So first we'll clear that, and for dynamic we'll write, and inside we'll write the width cross, and that would be the height. We can add a new file and name it as configure.py, and inside that we will paste these diameters and we will import this file. That would be import configure and using that file only we will set our so here we will set it as configure dot width, that is we are importing width from the configure file, configure module, and here height also from the configure module. So yeah, Now we'll save this and run it. You can see that the window has taken the geometry function and made its diameters according to that only, that is width equal to 1400 and the height is equal to 720. Now we will set the title of the window. For that we'll write the command root.title, and inside we will write the title we want for this game, that would be Minesweeper game. And we'll also use another function that would be resizable and make this as not resizable, that will prohibit to resize the window. It will have the particular diameters that we have defined. So to make that prohibit, we will pass false and false to the resizable function and save this and run it. So you could see that the title has changed to Minesweeper game and the window is not resizable now, so we can't see the arrow if we just hover the cursor on the edges of the window. We're not able to see that arrow. So the window has set as not resizable. And now in the window only, as I have shown you the demo, first we will create a frame here, and inside that frame we will have a title that would be the Minesweeper game and the count of the tiles that would be on the board, and inside another frame that would be just beneath this frame we would set the cells of the board, or the cells number of cells that we're going to have in the board. So for that, first we'll create a frame for our heading and the number of tiles or the number of cells. So for that we will create a variable and named as top frame, and using the frame widget, and we will pass the root inside it and set the background color with the help of the command bg equal to, and we'll set the color as gray. And now we'll set the width and height of the frame. So we can also set the width and height with the normal method, that is we can write the pixels, and we can also use the percentage method. So for that we will create a file and name it as new.py, and inside that we will import the height and width that was stored in configure.py. So we will write import configure, and here we will define functions for height and the width percentage. So in the whole window, if we want to set the frame height or width, we will just set the percentage or pass the percentage. So for that we will create the function and named as height underscore prct, that would be percentage, and inside we will pass the percentage that we want to have in the whole window, and we would return, that would be configure dot height, and that would be divided by 100, into percentage. So this is the function that we have defined for the height. And now similarly, we will define it for width. Width underscore city. We'll name this and we'll pass the percentage for width, and in return we'll get configure dot width, and that would be divided by 100, and then we'll multiply it with percentage. So this is how we would be defining the height and width for the following frames or for the following any widget in our Tkinter window and in our the project, that is the Minesweeper project. And moving to the main.py file, here we were creating the frame, and now we'll set its height and width. So to set the width, we'll set it inside this only. So write width, that would be equal to configure dot width, that is we are importing the width from the configure, that is the parameter of x-axis. So we want that frame to be in the whole Tkinter window. So for that we have imported configure.width, that was 1400, and for height we will import from the new file, that would be new, and we have to import this new file also here. For that we'll write import new, and now new dot height underscore percentage, we'll just write the percentage for what we want to have the frame height. So we'll set it as 25. We'll save this and run it. So you would be able to see, first we'll change the color so that you guys would be able to see the frame. Okay, first we will place some widgets over there so that you can see the frame. First we'll place this, use the place geometry function here. For that we'll write the variable name top underscore frame and use the place geometry widget, and inside we will pass it as x equal to 0 and y equal to 0. So after placing this, we would be able to see a frame in the window. That is, you can see that the width equal to 1400 and height we have set it as 25% of the whole window. That was 25% of the 720. So this is how we set the dynamic height and width for our widgets. And now moving on, we will set the game title, and by the way guys, we have taken some reference from the pre-code camp. So now we will set the game title, and for that we would create a label. We have used the label widget here, that is capital L A B E L, and inside we would pass the top frame, that is the variable in which we have created the frame. So we have passed it so that the label that should be hover or shifted on to the top frame only. And after top frame, we will pass VG that will set the background color for this label, and we'll set it as black. And we'll set the foreground color as white. And now we will write the text that we want to display. So we'll use text equal to Minesweeper game, and now we will set the font for the heading for the title. For that we'll write font equal to, and inside the circular brackets we would set the default font and the font size as 48. And now we will place this. We'll use the place geometry widget to place this label on the frame. So for that we would use the variable game underscore title and use the place widget dot place we will set the coordinates in the place geometry widget, and for that we'll write x equal to, and we'll set it in between. So for that we'll write x equal to, that is we will use the function from the new file, new dot width underscore percentage, and set the percentage as 25, and the y that would be equal to 0. Kitchen error. Okay, we haven't placed the comma here. So now we'll save this and run it. So you can see that we have the title here, that is Minesweeper game. So here we will just change the background color. That we'll use the hexa code for that color. That would be, I call it light violet or light blue. You guys can differentiate which color it is. So I have the hexa code for that. That is 5D 67E. So I have set the frame. Sorry, label. I'll save this and run it. So you guys can see that the color of the background of the title has been changed, and it's light blue, I guess. And we will have the same color in the frame for background. And we will change the width position. And when it for you guys, so this is the color for the frame, and we have just shifted it with the 5 percentage that is the total is 1400. We have started it from 30% of 1400. So x value is 30% of 1400 and y value is 0. Now, we'll create, now we will create another frame that is for the board of the game. So for that we will create a variable and name it as center frame, center underscore frame, and for that we'll use the widget frame, and inside we'll pass root, and after root we'll set the background color as black, and we'll also set the width and height of the frame. So for width we'll use the percentage function. For that we'll use the new file, so that would be new dot width underscore percentage, and inside we'll pass the percentage, and we will pass the percentage as 75. So the width of this frame would be 75% of 1400. And now we'll set the height. We could set the height in the next line. We'll set the height, that would be equal to, we'll also use the percentage function here. For that we'll use new dot height underscore percentage, and inside we will pass the percentage, and that would be 75% of the 720 pixels. Now we will use the place geometry widget and place this frame. For that we will write x parameter, and that would be using the percentage function only. So for that we will write new dot width underscore percentage, and inside we will pass the percentage as 30. And for y dimension we will also use the percentage function, and for that we'll write new dot height underscore pr ct, and inside we will pass 30, only 30% of the total height, that is 720. And moving on, now we will create the cells of the board, but first we'll show what we have done till now. So this is the frame here, and we have set the title as Minesweeper game, and here we will create the total count for the cells, and here we have also created a frame, and we have set the background color as black only, so you won't be able to differentiate that. So for a time being we will make the color as white and run it for you guys so that you can differentiate. So this is the frame. We have started it from 30%. Just see, that was 75%. We have the width and 75% as height, and we have started from 30% of the total width. So we have started from the 30% of the total width here. So we have set the place method from 30% of the total width. Now moving on, we will create the board and then the buttons in it. So we can click it and find out the which number is there or is there a mine. So for that we will create a file and name it as unit.py. So inside this unit.py file, we will create the class cell and we'll create this class so that we can name it a cell. And because we know that for each cell, we also like to give some attributes, that is if the cell is mine or not, or if this is a cell that is already open or is it closed. So that's exactly the time that it is a great idea thinking about creating a class, and we would name it as cell. So for that, first we will import the module from takeenter. We'll import all the classes, and here we would also import the random module and import new file with the new module and import the configure and also import the C types and one more import SYS. Now we'll create a class and name it as cell, and inside the class we will create variable all and initialize it, and now we will create a init function, and inside that we'll pass self and a variable that would indicate whether the cell is mine or not. So first is underscore mine, and first we'll set it as false only. Now inside this we'll have self dot is underscore mine, and that is equal to is underscore mine, and now we'll create the button object. So the cells of the board would be like the button only. When we click on it, whether it's a mine or it's a number. So for that we will create a function and name it as create underscore button underscore object, and inside we will pass self and the location where we want to place the button, and here we will create a button. We'll create a variable btn, and inside we'll use the button widget, and inside this widget first we'll pass the location, and I will tell you how we'll set the location for that, and that we'll set in the main file only. And we'll set the width, that would be equal to 12, and height that would also be equal to 12. Or no, height. I won't I don't want to create the square buttons. So height equal to 4, and now here we will use button dot bind. That is, here we will use the mouse functions, and for that we will these brackets and button 1, that is the left button, and for that we'll write the functioning self dot. We will create a function for that, and we will name it as left underscore click underscore actions, and that would be for the left button. And similarly we would use the bind function for right button, and to target the right button of the mouse we'll use button hyphen 3, and we will create a function for its functionality and name it as right underscore click underscore actions. Now after binding the functions to the left click and the right click, we will define these left click actions and the right click actions, but before that we will define another function and name it as show mines. So show underscore mine, and inside we'll pass self, and inside we will use self dot cell underscore button underscore object. First we will declare this, and inside the init function only we'll declare this self dot cell button object equal to none. Here we have created the object for the button, that is we will create all the cells as button only, and now we will configure this. So that we'll use configure, and inside we will use background color as red for mines. Like if we detect the mine, we would be seeing the red color. We would click the left click, and if it's a mine it will show info box else. So if you click the mine it would show the background color as red. And now if you clicked on a mine the game would be over. For that we will use c types dot vanilla dot user 32, and we will call the message box here message box w, and inside we will pass 0 comma and the text you clicked on a mine. play again, and pass another parameter that is 0. And after that, we'll exit the system, and for that we'll use system.exit. And now we will create a function. If we click on a mine, so we should get all the boxes where there is a possibility to get a mine. uh, to get you guys understand, I will just run this, and this is our game. If I click on this box, that is you clicked on a mine, and the game gets over. Okay, so my luck is not so good. So yeah, I clicked on this. So these are the boxes that have the possibility of getting a mine. So we can right click this and get them sorted. So we will get all these coordinates so that they would help us assuming that there would be a mine. So we will define a function for that. We'll get back to our code. And we will create a function that would be surrounded cells, surrounded underscore cells, and pass self in it. And inside we will create cells equal to, and here we will get self dot get underscore. We have to create a function get cell by access, or we can name it anything. We will create cell by access only. So first we will create this function that would be get cell by access, that it will help us to get the access or get the coordinates of the button. So for that we will define a function and named as fine get cell, sorry, by access, and inside we will pass self and x and y coordinates, and if we enter these coordinates we will get the cell, and inside we will run a loop. First we need a colon here, and now we will run a loop that would be for cell, that is the class name, cell dot all, if cell dot x would be equal to x and cell dot y equal to y, then return the cell. Okay, if that cell is present, what we have passed as the x and y coordinate, then we would get the cell in return. And now to get the surrounded cells, side we will pass x coordinate, that would be self dot x minus 1. As if you see, we would be following the grid method, and that would be the columns and the rows. So this is 0 0, this is on the x axis we are going on, this is 1 comma 0, 2 comma 0, 3 comma 0, 4 comma 0, 5 comma 0, and that's it. So this would be 5 comma 2. Okay, so to get the coordinates, like for this, we would just subtract it. That would be x minus 1 and y minus 1. For this, we would subtract x minus 1 and y minus 1. So that would be 5 minus 1, that would be 4, and 3 minus 1, that would be 2. So similarly, we will write the coordinates self dot x minus 1, and for the y coordinate, we will write self dot y minus 1, and this is the first one. Now we'll get the second one, that would be this, and for this we'll do, no, we'll get this first, self dot x minus 1, and y coordinate would be self dot y, that is same only. So self dot get underscore cell underscore by underscore access, and inside we will pass the coordinates, that would be self dot x minus 1 and self dot y, and the next would be self dot x minus 1 and self dot y plus 1, as y coordinate has been increased by 1. So we'll just copy this, and after applying comma, just paste it, and x minus 1 and y plus 1, and that would be the, sorry, I clicked on this. So x would be same and y has been increased. Self dot x and self dot y plus 1. And now we'll move to the next one, that would be self dot x plus 1, and the y would be self dot y plus 1. So we'll paste this, and that would be x plus 1 and self dot y plus 1. And the next would be self dot x plus 1, and the y would be same. Just a second. Okay, I have to change it. Self dot x plus 1 and self dot y. Okay, now it would be self dot x plus 1 and self dot y minus 1. Minus 1. Okay, and this is the last one, that would be self dot x minus 1 and self dot y minus 1. So these are all the coordinates, and at the end we will close the square bracket, and we will use a decorator here, and that would be the, like, so now that we understood this, that I'm going to move all those lines of code into a separated method, so that we could have a property that is going to represent the surrounded cells object. Now property is basically like an attribute that is read only. So we can mark these attributes as read-only attributes by using a decorator. And we'll use a decorator that would be by using at the rate and name the decorator as property. That would be the read-only only. And we'll place a condition here that would be cells equal to cell or cell in cells if cell is not none, then we should get cells in return. Now we will create another decorator and named as property only, that would be read only. And here we will define a function that would be surrounded cells minus length. That would be if we go to number 2, so what would be the length of the mines we got there. Mines underscore length, and inside we'll pass self, and we'll set the counter as 0, and after that we'll run a loop for cell in self dot surrounded cells. That is, we have just seen what would be the surrounded cells here. Surrounded cells, and then we'll use the if condition. If cell dot is mine, if it's a mine, then we'll increase the counter. That would be counter plus equal to 1, and we'll return the counter. And now, before moving on, we will create some other variables. That would be, and before that we should define the grid size. That is how much it should be boxes on the board. We are using the square only, so we'll make the grid size as 6, and we'll also define cell count, and that would be equal to grid underscore size to the power 2, and the mines count. What should be the mines count? It should equal to cell count and the floor division, so that it should be a integer only, by 4. And moving to unit.py file again, now we'll create the variables, and we have created is mine if it's a mine, and button object. Now we'll get if the button is opened, and we'll set it as false only. and we'll create another, that is mine candidate. That is if we have, oh sorry, that is if we have clicked on a button or a cell and a number comes out, and if it's 2, then what are the chances that the other boxes can be a candidate to be a mine? So we will also set it as false, and we have set the button object equal to none, and here we'll set self.x equal to x, and self.y equal to y, and we'll pass x and y in it. Okay, here we will get the cell count. For that, we'll use the configure file in which we have decided entered the cell count. So for that, we'll use configure dot cell underscore count, and then we'll create another variable that would be cell underscore count underscore label underscore object, and set it as none. And at last, we'll append the list, that would be append the object to the cell.all list. For that, we'll write cell.all.append, and inside we'll pass self. Now we will create the functions for left and right click actions. So for that, we will create a function and we'll name it as left click actions, and inside we'll pass self and event, and if is underscore mine, so we will self dot show mine, else if self dot surrounded cells mines length equal to 0, and we'll set it in the condition only, and inside we'll run a for loop for cell underscore object in self dot surrounded cells cell underscore object dot show underscore cell self dot show underscore cell. And if mine's count is equal to the cell's left count, then the player will be won. So we will write if cell dot cell underscore count equal to settings dot it's not setting, let's configure dot mines underscore count. So side we will do c types dot window dot user 32 dot message box w, and inside will pass 0, and then congratulations, you won the game. Game over. And then we'll pass 0, and now we'll unbind the mouse clicks. So self dot cell underscore button underscore object dot unbind, and we'll unbind the left key first. That would be button -1, and then we'll unbind the second key. That is the right key. Button 3, and now we will create a function for show cell. So for that we will create the function show cell and pass self in it, and inside write if not self dot is open, that we have already assigned as false. If it's not open, then the class cell dot cell underscore count minus equal to 1. Now, right, self dot cell button object, we will configure it cell underscore button underscore object. We'll configure this, pass the text as self dot surrounded underscore cells underscore mines underscore length. And now we'll put a if condition. If cell dot that is cell count label object we will just configure it dot configure and inside will pass text equal to, we'll use the lambda, that would be cells left so we have created the function for show cell, that is in the first frame we will be having the title, that would be the Minesweeper game, and then we will having the how much cells are left. So we have created the function for that, and here we will configure this self dot cell underscore button underscore object dot configure, and we'll set the background color, and we'll set the background color as white. Now self will change is opened equal to true. Now it has been opened, we have clicked on that and we have turned it as true. Now we have created the function for the show cell. So if we click on the cell and if it's not open, then the count would be -1, And now we have configured it. There was spelling mistake, and we have configured it, and at last we have set it as true. Now we will define the function for the right click actions. So we will name it as right underscore click underscore actions, and inside we'll pass self and an event. If not self dot is mine candidate, if it's knows the candidate, we'll set this as true. Else so मैं repeat यहाँ से कट है. If not self dot is mine candidate, then we will configure the button object, and for that we'll write self dot cell underscore button underscore object. Now we'll configure it and set the background color as orange, and now set the is mine candidate to true. So for that we'll write self dot is underscore mine underscore candidate and set it as true. Now else we will set the configuration for the cell button object. For that we'll write self dot cell underscore button underscore object and we'll configure it. And we'll set the background color as white. And now we will set the is mine candidate to false. So for that we'll write self dot is underscore mine underscore candidate and set it as false. And now we will define a static method for the randomization of the mines so that we can get the mines in a random way. So first we will create a decorator and a static method, and inside this we will create a function. थोड़ा कट हो गया, यहाँ कोई आ गया था. And inside this we will create a function and name it as randomize mines, and inside that we will create a variable and name it as picked underscore cells. That is, we will pick the cells that would be converted to random mines, we will use the random function here, that would be random, or the random module, that would be random dot sample, and inside we'll pass cell dot all, that is we can choose that the random function would choose any from all the cells, and the second variable we would be passing would be configure dot mines underscore count, and that was in capital. And inside we'll run a for loop so that it would choose mine. So for picked underscore cell in picked cells, picked underscore cell is mine, and at last we would create a function and pass self in it, and return a lambda function that would be cell and self.x. self.y. Now moving to the main.py file. Now we'll set the grid size here. For that we'll run a loop for x in range configure dot grid size, and for y in range configure dot grid size, and inside we will create an object for the class c equal to cell, and inside we will pass the parameters x comma y. And first we have to import it, import unit, now you will create button object, button underscore object, and inside we'll pass center frame, as these would be there in the center frame only. And now showing some error, so okay, so from unit we will import cell class. center underscore frame. And there's a spelling mistake for center. So it would be center underscore frame. And now we would set the grid geometry, that would be c dot cell underscore button underscore object, and we'll use the grid geometry and set the column as x and row as y. Now we'll call the label from the cell class. For that we'll write cell dot create underscore cell underscore count underscore label, and inside we'll pass top frame for the count of the remaining cells as we have seen earlier. And for that we will write cell dot cell underscore count underscore label underscore object, and use the place geometry method. And x equal to, and we have set the functions in new file. So x equal to new dot width underscore percentage, and inside we will pass the percentage. We'll pass it as 42, and that is underscore and comma y equal to new dot height underscore percentage, and will pass as 15%. And beneath that we will call the randomize mines function cell dot randomize underscore mines, so our game is ready. Now we will run the main.py file. We will save this and run it. So you could see that our game is running fine. So we have clicked on a mine. So we have run it again. So we have clicked on the second column. So it shows that there would be 3 mines. So this, and this is a candidate for being a mine. And we are taking risk. We will click on this. Game over. We clicked on a mine. So guys, our project is ready. Our game is ready. So guys, our project is ready and our game is running fine. So you guys can check it out. And with that, we have come to the end of this session.
With Simplilearn's postgraduate program in AI and machine learning. With this certification, you will not only learn Python but also gain expertise in AI and machine learning. So hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box. Our learners have experienced huge success in their careers. Listen to their experience. Find the Simplilearn's course reviews link in the description box below.
In this session, we will create a MP3 player using Python. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel, like the tutorial, and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. Before we start, I hope the screen is clearly visible and the audio is fine. If yes, please type in yes. If there are any issues, to let us know in the chat section. And before starting, first we should have a look on what we would create. So for that, we will move to our code. Simply run this. You can see that the tick window has appeared. And this is our media player. We have named it Simply Music Player. We have the GIF that would be running continuously. And we have the browse music button, which will direct you to the any folder you want to open that have the MP3 player files. I've selected this folder. It has 4 files and we'll play Hey There. You just click on that and click on the play button. It will play the music. Now we'll just click on the pause button. So this is our MP3 player. So before starting the coding, I have a simple question for you guys. So moving to that. So the question is, who wrote the poem Zen of Python? And your options are Tim Berners-Lee, Tim Peters, Guido van Rossum, or Kevin Goldsmith. You could see the poem here also. You can easily get this poem. You just have to write import this in your interpreter and just press enter. You will get the poem. So please answer in the comment section below and we'll update the correct answer in the pinned comment. You can pause the video, give it a thought, and answer in the comment section. So moving to our code. And name it as create MP3 player using Python. And inside, we'll open the command prompt and write the command code space period and press enter. This will open up the editor, that is Visual Studio Code. If you want, you can use any editor. You have hands on any editor, you can use anyone. And here we will create a file and we will name it as player.py only. And we would require music also for that, and some GIFs and some images for our buttons. You can easily get those images from any free images website, or you can just get them drawn in the paint or Photoshop them. You can arrange them from anywhere. So we have our pics in this folder. So we'll copy all these and we have the music folder. It has 4 files and this is the copyright free music, so we can play on YouTube. We will paste this in a folder only, that is create mp3 player using Python. Yeah, moving back to our Visual Studio Code. So first thing is we should install the Python packages before starting our coding. So we would require the tkinter package. It is already installed as you install the Python. If you want to install it again, just go to your terminal and write the command pip install tk. As you can see that the requirement is already satisfied, so I don't have to install it again. You can install it just writing the command and press enter. And the next we have to install is the Pygame. To import the mixer class, the command would be pip install Pygame. and press enter. You can see that the requirement is already satisfied. I've already installed the Pygame module. You just have to write the command and press enter. You will get them installed very easily. And the next module we need is time. So you can install the date time module or the time module. It's your wish. So we have to write the command pip install date time. So it was not installed on my system. It has been installed and it doesn't have some classes in the module. It has installed them and it says the requirement is already satisfied for other modules. Okay. So now, and the last is OS module. Install the this window is not going, so we will just go to the terminal. Okay. Just get a terminal and write the command here pip install os and press enter. So it will install the OS module for you. It is doing for me right now. And we would be using the tkinter module to create the GUI. And tkinter is a Python module that is used to develop graphical user interface. And as I told you, there's no need to install it. It is the part of the standard Python library, so it would be installed as you install Python on your system. So it's downloading. Till then, we'll just import our packages. First, we'll import time, and that we will use in to get the GIF setup in our GUI. So we'll import the time, and from tkinter, we will import all the classes and we will import the field dialog. And from Pygame, we'll import the mixer class to get our buttons functioning to make our MP3 music video, music like MP3 file to start playing, to pause it, and to resume it again. So for that, we'll write the command from Pygame import mixer. It's still downloading. Till then, we'll import the OS also. It will get it downloaded and installed for us. So first we'll create the tkinter video window. For that, we'll write the simple command root equal to tk in circular brackets and write the command root dot main loop, and if we save it and run it, oh sorry, it was downloading. Let's pause the downloading. Okay, we'll see it again. So you can see that the tkinter window has appeared on the screen. It's the output. It's a simple tkinter video. Now we will add functions to it. We'll add size to it, we will add background color, and we'll do other functionings to that. So Tkinter provides many methods, and one of them is geometry method, and it is used to set the dimensions of the Tkinter window, as you have seen. So we will just position the main window on the user's desktop. We will use the command root.geometry for that. Set the size as 485 cross, that is x only, and for y-axis it would be 700. And now you would get it 290 points shifted from x-axis and 10 points shifted from y-axis, and we have to put them in inverted commas. We will save the file and run it again. You can see that the Tkinter window has changed its geometry, and it has set the x-axis as 485 and y-axis as 700, and when it appeared it was 290. As see what dimension it uses, it was 290 points apart from the x-axis and 10 points apart from y-axis. Yeah, 290 and 10. So now we'll give the title to this window. For that, we'll write the command root.title and just write the title. If you want to give it, you can give it anyway. So we'll name it as Simply Music Player. And now we'll use the configure function. So take into configure function. It is used on any widget to change settings that you may have applied earlier or haven't applied yet. So for that, we'll write the command root dot configure, and we'll set the background color. So write background equal to, and in inverted commas, we'll write the hexa code for this color. So we're setting the gray color for our background. We'll save it and run the file so you can see the output. So we have set the Simply Music Player as the root title of our Tkinter window, and we have configured the background color as gray. So moving on. Now we will use the resizable method. It is used to allow Tkinter root window to change its size according to the user's need, as well as it will prohibit, like, it will not allow you to change the size of the window. The window you just saw on the screen, that was a Tkinter window. So we'll use the resizable function, and we will prohibit, will not allow anyone to change its dimensions. So for that, we'll write the command root.resizable false, comma, false. So in resizable method, user can pass either positive integer or true to make the window resizable. To make window non-resizable, user can just pass 0 or false. We have passed false, so our window won't be resizable. We'll save this file and run it again. You can see now we can't resize it. So first I will comment this command and save it and run it for you guys. You can see that you can resize it now, but after we write this command, no one is allowed to resize the tick enter window. So we'll save this and run it. You can see now no one is allowed to resize this window. You won't get any option. So now moving on, as you have seen the previous dimensions and the demonstration of the Simply Music Player, we'll create as same as that only. So we will place the GIF here, a label here, and place the buttons on that, and beneath that we will just create a label and browse all the files there. So we'll start with the frame. For that we'll write the command. First we'll create a variable and name it as lower frame, and a frame is a rectangular region on the screen. It can be used as a foundation class to implement complex widgets. It is used to organize a group of widgets. So we'll be creating a frame and we'll place different buttons on that. That would be the play button, pause button, and the stop button, and the volume, that is just the image. We'll place the volume image there. So lower frame equal to, we'll write frame to get a frame, and inside we'll pass root and get a background color as white. That will write the hexacode hash, and the hexacode for white color is FFF, and that is 6 times. You can go and search on the web about the hexacodes, like which color is associated with which hexacode, or you can just write the simple name of the colors. You can get your background set as well, that also. And here we'll set the width for our frame. So width will set as 485 only. It should cover the whole window in X dimensions. And for height, we'll set it as 180. We'll create the same Simply Music Player as I have shown as I've shown the demonstration earlier. So we have set the height as 180. So now we will use the place method that allows you to explicitly set the position and size of a window or anything. Like we are just creating a frame, so it would use to position and size of the frame. It would be either in absolute terms or relative to another window. So for that we will write the command. First we will get the frame that is stored in the lower underscore frame variable and use the place function to place it in our tick enter window, and write the dimensions for that. We would start from x equal to 0 and place it at y equal to 400. Now we'll save the file and run it. Okay, we have one tick enter window already opened, so I closed it. You could see that this is the frame. We have set it at x equal to 0 and y equal to 400. So it would measure as y equal to 0 here and y equal to 400 here. So we have placed the frame. Now we will place the buttons on that. And first we will set a logo for Simply Music Player that we have in a folder. So this is the logo for our Simply Music Player. We will set it. For that we'll write the command First, we will create a variable and name it as image icon. And here we will use photo image. So like after writing in this photo image, it would like it would create a photo image object, and you can use it in other widgets that accept an image argument. That is, some buttons, they accept image argument, photo image argument. You can use the images there also, and the image object is returned by the photo image function. It's the easy to display a picture in Python. However, the photo image class only supports the GIF and PGM, PPM formats, which is a concern. JPEG, JPG, and PNG are the formats that are most often used. So now, in the photo image object, we'll just write the location of the file as we have it in the same folder. So we'll write the name only, that is logo space PNG, and the extension, that is PNG only. Now to get it set as icon photo, we'll write the command root dot icon photo, and pass the argument as false, comma, image underscore icon. Now we'll save the file. First we'll close the previous one and run it. You could see that the logo has been placed there. So now moving on, we will create the menu. We will again run the file. So here we will create the menu to browser music. So for that, first we'll create a variable menu and create a photo image object and write the file name only, as here we don't have to set the path as all the images are in the same folder only. So for this we will use the menu.png, that is the white image. I will show you what we will get as output. So we have to place this in inverted commas, and now for this we will create a label. So in Tkinter, some widgets can display an image such as label and button. So in Tkinter, label repeat. In Tkinter, label is a widget that is used to implement display boxes where you can place text or images. So we will create a label here and place the menu.png image on that. So to create it, we'll write the command. We have started with label, and inside we will pass root and the image. We will write the variable name here, that is menu. And now we will place it. We will position it in our Tkinter window. So for that, write the command place, and inside write x equal to 0 and dimensions are okay. So y would be 580 And we'd also set the width and height for that, and the width would be 485, so it could cover the whole. Sorry, I didn't write the width. That would be 485. And now we'll set the height. Height will set as 100 only, as it would be in the bottom section. So it won't get much height. So we'll save this and run the file. You can see that we have created a label here also and a label here also, and we have pasted the white image, place the white image on that label. So this is the label that is of the white color, and now we have placed another image on another label. So I will show you what for what purpose we have done that. So first we will create a button that would be for the browse music. For that will write first pass root, and then what text we want to show on that button. That would be browse music, and then we will set the width of that button. That would be 59, and then we would set its height and set the height as 1 only. And now you can set font also, like which font you want to get displayed on that button. For that, you just have to write font equal to and start the circular brackets, and inside you can write which font you want. I will go with Calibri, and font size would be 12, and I want it bold, so in inverted commas I will write bold, and outside this circular bracket I will set the foreground color, that is the text color only, foreground color, as black. You can write the hexacode or just write the name of the color, and we'll set the background color as white for this button. Use hexacode here, that is 6 times Fs. And now what function does this button do? So it will show us the music that would be stored in our folder. We will browse the folder, and it will show us the mp3 files that would be contained in that folder. So in command we will write the name of the function that we will create to get all the mp3 files. So we will as add music only. Now outside this bracket we will place it. It's showing error as we have not defined the add music function. So we'll place it at x equal to 0, y equal to 550. Now add scroll bar, so that when we get all our mp3 files we can just browse just by scrolling, so we can get all the mp3 files on that small window we will create now. So we'll set the scroll bar for that. For that, write the command scroll bar, and inside get a frame music. So first we'll set another frame, and we will get it as gray color only. For that, we will write the command frame underscore music. We'll create a frame, and inside we'll pass root and set the border equal to 2 and relief equal to rich. So we have set the relief equal to rich. So relief is a style, and it's a style of a widget that refers to certain simulated 3D effects. And we are giving the 3D effect to a button, and that effect is rich. So we will see that, but before that we have to get our add music defined. So no, we won't get the take enter window as we have to define the add music. So we have created the frame, and now we will place this, and after that we will create that music function. For this we will write frame underscore music, that was the variable name, and period place, and now we will position it in a take enter window. So we want it at x equal to 0, y equal to 700, so we would place it at 585, and we would so define its width and height. So width would be 485 and height is 100. So we were creating the scroll bar. So first we'll create the scroll bar and then define the add music function. So now we will set the scroll bar in the frame music variable, as we want the scroll bar in that frame. I will show you in the demo only after I create the add music function. So first we'll create the add music function only. So we will create it here. And name it as add music. And first we want that it should have path, and here we would use file dialog, so it would pop out the dialog box to the directory which we would assign or take it to. Next, right, if our path change directory, pass the path here. Source equal to s dot list of directory path okay. We have problems here, but now we'll resolve them. So first, if the path we have chosen, and here we will change the path, and in this songs variable we'll get the list of all the songs in that directory. And now we will create or run a for loop for song in songs, but all the songs we got, if song ends with mp3, that is .mp3, get playlist dot insert, will pass and the process and pass the song. So we will get this playlist variable working in another function, that would be the play music function. So it should play the music. For that we'll create the function play music, create a variable name that would be music underscore name, and inside get playlist dot get and make it active. And now we will print music name, and this would be printed in the terminal. First pass active, that is which music is playing. And now we would use the mixer class and music dot load function and pass the playlist. Use the function load get and get it as active. And now here we will play it. Now we're getting errors for playlist. So first get the playlist variable that would be having all the songs in that. So for that we will write a variable playlist, and that would be equal to, it would have the list box equal to list box, and inside we will pass the frame that we have created for music, and set its width, that would be equal to 100. And now we will set the font for that. So you can see all the names of the mp3 files in the same font only, and for that would write Times New Roman and set the font size as 10. And outside this bracket we'll set the background color for the playlist. For that write PG and we'll set it as gray only. So hexa code for gray is 33333, and that is 6 times. We'll close the inverted commas and set the foreground color as gray only. Now select background, that would be of the light blue color. Set the cursor as hand to. I will explain you what this means. First we'll set the border equal to 0 only. Y scroll command, that would be equal to light blue. Now we will set the Y scroll command, that would be equal to scroll dot set. So it should be used to scroll. So we have set the cursor equal to hand to. That means that it would convert to hand when we scroll on the list box. That is when we would try to select any of the mp3 player files, it would show us the hand cursor. And the background color is light blue we have set, and scroll command equal to scroll dot set. Okay, now we will configure it. Okay, maybe we have some errors, we will resolve them and we will see the output also just after this. So first we will configure the scroll bar. So for that we'll use the variable only scroll dot config, and inside we will have the command equal to playlist dot y view. So we should have in the y axis only. And now we back the scroll bar, place it at right, and fill the y axis. For that we'll write fill equal to y. And now we will pack the playlist dot pack, place it side equal to right, and it should fill both the sides. Get should be filled, so that will write the command, which cannot appear after keyword argument. Okay, we'll get it sorted. Save the file, run it. So you can see that we have the browse music button here, and if we click it, we have the functioning. It will We will select the folder create MP3 player, and this is the folder that is music, and we'll select it. It has 4 files. I will show you in that also. So this is the folder. It has 4 files. It is displaying us all the 4 files, and you can see that we have the cursor as hand here, that is we have set it as hand 2. So now we will do other functionings, that is place the GIF, run it, and place the buttons. So first we will place the buttons and run it. So for that, after this frame music, we'll start with the buttons. So first we'll create the play button. For that we will create a variable and name it as button play, and we will use a photo, a picture for that button. That will create a photo image object and pass the file for it, and we have that file name play1.png. So we'll just write the name of that file in inverted commas, and now we will set the functioning. Set the button, will pass root, and the image is equal to the variable we have set it for, that is button play with is capital for play, and we'll set the background color for the button. That would be white only because we have the white label here, so it would be perfect for that. And now we'll set the border, that would be equal to 0, and okay, we have to place it in inverted commas, else it would be functioning as a comment only. We have set the border, that is equal to 0. Now height, okay, HHT. Oh, so just forgot the spelling of height. Okay, so I have to declare the height first. So we will get these buttons in 60 to 60 dimensions only. We'll set the height as 60 and width also as 60. And now we would set the command for this button. So what functioning should it do? For that, we will write the function name, that is play music, and now we will place this at x equal to 215 and y equal to 487. And we have created the play music function above. You can see that it has the functioning to play the music. We have used the mixer.music.load from the Pi game, and it would get the playlist and the active contents there, and it would play it. So we are done with a play button. We'll save it and run the file. So when taken the window is opened, first we'll close that. Start it. So first we'll browse. So this was the folder create music. We'll select this folder. You can see we have these 4 files. We'll click on the one and just click on the play button. Okay, we forgot to add one functioning. So first we will create all these buttons and then add all other functionings. Now we will create the second button. That would be the stop button. For that, we will create a variable and name it as button stop. And here also we'll create a photo image object. We'll pass file in inverted commas. And we have stop1.png for this. So we'll just write the file name. And in the next line, we will define the functioning of this button. So inside button, we will pass root and image. That is the variable button stop, and set the background color equal to white only, and that would be in the inverted commas. And now we'll set its border, that would be 0, and height and width would be 60 only. And after that we'll set its command, that would be mixer dot music dot stop. So we are using the mixer class, the music class inside that, and the stop function. And now we'll place this in a tick enter window. For that we'll write the dimensions for that: x equal to 130 and y equal to 487. So we have created the stop button. We will save this and run the file. You can see that the stop button is also displaying on a tick enter window. And now we will make a third button, that would be the pause button. For that we'll use the pose one png. This is the image. So for that you can just copy these things, place it here. So button pose equal to photo image, and we will use the image pose1.png, and get it big only as we have set all others as big. So button pose, background color white, border 0, height 60, width 60, command would be mixer.music.pose. And we'll place it at 300, 487. We'll save this file and run it. You can see that we have the pause button displayed here. Now we will get the volume button, not the volume button, just the image. So this is the image, volume.png. We will get it there. So for that we will create a variable volume1 and create a photo image object and set the file location, and the location is, it's already placed in the same folder, so we'll just write the name of the file, that is volume.png, and that would be in the inverted commas. And now we will place this at x equal to 20 and y equal to 487. Now I'll save this and run the file. So we are having some errors. Okay, we can't directly use the place here. So first we'll create another variable and create a label for this image. So for that we will use panel and equal to well, inside will pass root comma that is equal to volume1 and now we will use the place and place it at x equal to, that was at 300 and y would be 700, that would be 487. So now we'll save this file and run it. You can see, okay, we have made a mistake here. So it should be here, so x would be less, it would be around 20 and y would be same for that only. So we'll change that. Save this and run the file again. Yeah, you can see that we have the volume image, we have the play button, the pause button and the stop button. Now we'll get the GIF working for us. And now we will get our GIF working, but before that we will make the mixer initialize so that our buttons, they should function, that is play, pause and stop. So we've imported the mixer class, so we will initialize it. We'll save this and run the file. Now you can browse the music, click on the any MP3 file and click on the play button. You can hear that the music is playing. So I will pause it. And now we will start with the functioning of our GIF. So we have to cut the previous part, and now start with frame count. So the frame count of our GIF is 30, and we will store it in a variable. And now we will create another variable as frames, and inside we'll start with square brackets and create a photo image object, and inside we'll pass the file, the GIF file. The name of the file is a1.gif, and here we have to specify the format of the file. For that we'll write format equal to in commas gif one index, and we'll set the index and I. So we would be using the list comprehension here. Now we will run the loop. So for that we'll write for I in and use the range of the frame count. So what we will do is, the GIF has so many images in that, so we have to run a loop so it would again repeat itself, as the frame count would be equal to the count. As the images would be repeated in a loop, we will set the count equal to 0 and repeat it again. So for that, now we'll create a function and name it as update, and inside we'll pass a variable id. Create a variable with name frame, and inside we will pass ind variable frames, and as this image would be displayed, we will increment the ind variable, and if ind is equal to frame count, that is, if it has displayed all the images in the GIF, we will set it at 0 and run it again, and we'll set the GIF in label. So we will configure it, and we have to define the label also. So for that we'll write label equal to label, and inside we'll pass the root, and now we'll configure it and pass image equal to what frame we have currently, like And now we'll use the after function and pass 40 milliseconds so that the animation would start again, and pass the update function the current IND. And now we will place the label and x equal to 0 and y equal to 0. And again we will run the after function and pass 0 milliseconds and the update function 0 frames. Okay. Define this if statement only. Okay, first we have to place the label statement above now. Yeah. Now we are done with our GIF. Save this and run the file. So we are getting an error here. Okay, so it's updated. Okay, then save this file and run it again. Okay, encode displayed. So we have this label above. Just browse the files, select the folder and click on any file and just click on the play button. You can see that our MP3 player is working. We'll just set the GUI again. You pause it, or you could stop it. So we will get this downwards. For the starting of the buttons. Now we'll save the file and click on run button. You can see that the GIF has taken the whole frame. And now we'll browse the files. We've selected the folder and our if statement will find the mp3 files. You click on the file, just click on the play button. You can see that our Simply Music player is working fine. So I will share the code link with you in the description.
with Simplilearn's postgraduate program in AI and machine learning. With this certification, you will not only learn Python but also gain expertise in AI and machine learning. So hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box. Our learners have experienced huge success in their careers. Listen to their experience. Find the Simplilearn's course reviews link in the description box below.
Today, we will be creating a tic-tac-toe game using Python. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel, like the tutorial and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. And before starting, let us have a simple quiz question to brush up on our knowledge. And our question is, in which year was the Python 3.0 version developed? And your options are 2008, 2000, 2010 or 2005. Please answer in the comment section below and we'll update the correct answer in the pinned comment. You can pause the video, give it a thought and answer in the comment section. And I have an insightful for you guys. If you are focused on building strong foundational skills for career growth, in that case you can check out a free course to learn Python basics with a completion certification from SkillUp by Simplilearn. You can check the Python Basics free skill up course with the link. I will give the link in the description below. Now, we'll start with the tutorial. The first thing we will do is create a folder. We'll go to Python projects and here we will create a folder for tic-tac-toe. And inside, we'll open a command prompt and open our IDLE, and I would be using the Visual Studio Code. So for that, I have written a command that is code space period. So it will open my IDLE, that is Visual Studio Code. And before starting, I will show you guys what we are going to develop or what we are going to create as a tic-tac-toe game. Now we'll first see the demo of what we will create. So this is our code and we'll just run it, and you can see this is our tic-tac-toe game, that is we have made it using Python, and this is a restart button to restart the game, that is if you are playing and if you win, so you can just click on restart and you can restart the game. And this thing indicates that whose turn it is now. So x turn now 0 x 0 x 0 x 0 x. So you got a tie, so it would be displayed here, and if someone wins it will also be displayed here, and if it's a tie the whole box would be turned to yellow color. So these are the functionings, and now we'll move to create our own game. So we have created a folder and named it as tic-tac-toe. Now we will create a file and name it as tic.py, and inside this file we will start our coding. And first thing we should do is import the packages, and you have to install the packages. I have already installed the packages, and if you face any issues while installing, just comment down and we will get back to you. And Tkinter is a Python module that is already installed as a module when you install the Python, so you don't have to install it again. So we will be using Tkinter only and the random library. So for Tkinter we will import it and write the command from Tkinter import all the classes, that would be import asterisk, and the second module we would import is random, so we will import random. You could see the commands to install them on the web, or you could just simply type pip install random and the module would be installed. You could either write this command on command prompt on the IDLE, that is in the terminal. You can write it and you can get the commands modules installed. So as I told you, Kinter is a Python module that is used to develop GUI, graphical user interface, and there's no need to install any module as it is already installed as a part of the standard Python library. So moving on, now we will create a Kinter window. And for that, we'll write a small command that would be window equal to tk, that is we have created the kinter object, and we'll write window dot main loop. So it's a loop that would keep on repeating, and it will help us to display a kinter window. So we'll first save this and run the file. So we have our kinter window here. This is a kinter window. We'll run it again. You can see that we have created a kinter window, and now in this window we'll add the widgets and the elements to create our own tic-tac-toe Python game. And starting with title, first we'll give the title to this kinter window, and we'll give it as tic-tac-toe game only. So for that, we'll write the command window dot title, and inside we'll give the title that would be tic tac toe. So this would be the title. We'll save it and run it. So you could see that this is the title, and currently the window is resizable. You could see there's arrow coming, so you can expand it at any side. So like in the further tutorial we would mark it as not resizable, that is we would prohibit from resizing the window. And the next command we would be writing would be configure, to configure the configuration of the window, that is we can change the color or configure anything. So here we would configure and change the color of the background. Window.configure, and we'll use background equal to gray. We'll save this and run it. You could see that the background of the window has been changed to gray. Now we'll set the geometry of the window, that is how much the length and width it should have, that is width and height it should have. So we'll use window.geometry, and inside in inverted commas we'll set the width, that is the first parameter that is past its width, and after that x, the small x, and then the height of the window. So we'll save this and run it. You could see that the geometry has been changed, and the width is 1000 and the height is 700 pixels. Now we would make it unresizable, that is we will prohibit from resizing the window. So for that we'll write the command window.resizable, and we would mark it as false, and save it and run it for you guys. Now you could see that if I hover over the edges of the window, you won't be able to see the pointer that expands the window. So it has made it non-resizable. Now we will create a tic-tac-toe game, and we need a cross and a zero. So for that we will create a variable and name it as players, and inside that in the square brackets we will mark them as X and the other as capital O, that would count as 0 only. And now we have imported the random function, and whose turn will it come? So that would be the random thing only. For that we'd use the random and the choice function. For that we'll create a variable player and use the random module and call its function, that is choice, and pass the player's variable so that it could choose x or 0, and provide us with the output like who can start first. So now we would be creating, as this is our code, you could see the output. So now we would be creating these buttons. So these all are buttons. So to create them, we will write buttons equal to, and inside the square bracket we would provide three zeros, and after a comma we would provide another three zeros, and after another comma we would provide another three zeros. And now we have created those buttons, but it won't be displayed. As if I just save it and run it for you guys, you could see this window only. There's no output as I have not displayed anything. So first we will create a frame. So frame is a widget that can hold any image or any label or any widget on it. So we would be creating a top frame. That is, if I show you the output, so this is the top frame, this blue color. We will create the top frame, and on that frame we would set the heading and then the button, that is the restart game, and then these turn widgets. So for that, first we'll create the top frame, and we'll create a variable top underscore frame and use the frame widget, and inside the widget we would pass the window, as in the window we would be creating this frame. So we pass the window, and we'll set the background color for this frame, and that is the blue color, and we'll write the color in the hexacode. You could write in hexacode or you could just write the name of the color. So I know the hexacode for this 5D 6D, and it's showing green, but 7E. Yeah, this is the color that would be displayed on the frame. And after the background color, comma, after this background color, we would set the width and height of this frame. Width, that would be 1000 only. We want this frame to be of whole size to cover the whole window in the top section. And after that, we'll set its height, and that we'll set as 250. Height is 250. And now we will place this frame. This is the main thing, that is the geometry options which Kinter provides. So when we place this, then it would be displayed on the Kinter window. So we would place this top underscore frame dot place, and we would place it as x equal to 0 and y equal to 0. Now we'll save this and run this. So you could see this is our Kinter window and this is our top frame. And we will create a bottom frame also, but before that we will give it the title, that would be the game title, as tic-tac-toe using Python. So for that we will create a variable game underscore title, and inside this we will create a label, and the label would be placed on the top frame. So we'll pass the top frame first, and then we would set the background color, and we would set the same background color as of the top frame only. So hash 5D 67E, 5D 67E. Now we have set the background color. Now we want the foreground color, uh, so that indicates which color the title should be. So we would set the color of the title as foreground equal to white, and we could write the name of the color, or you can use the hexacode. Hexacode for white color is hashtag 6 times F. And now text, that would be the heading. So we would set the text equal to tic-tac-toe using Python. Okay, now we would set the font for the title. So for that we would write font equal to, and in circular brackets we would just use the default font and then place comma and the font size that we have set it as 48. And now we have set the game title, but now we have to place it so that it could be displayed. So for that you write the command game underscore title dot place, and inside we will pass the x coordinate. X we will have would be 135 and y equal to 0. And it's showing a error as we have not placed comma after text. Yeah, it's not showing error now. We'll save this and run it. So you can see guys that inside this window we have our title, that is tic-tac-toe using Python. Now moving on, we will create another label, and that label would be for turns. That we have seen that below the restart game we have the text that shows whose turn it is. So for that we'll create a label and use the label widget inside the label variable only, and we'll pass top frame because we want this label on the top frame only, and we'll set text equal to player plus whose turn it is, and now we'll set the font, and that would be equal to, inside the circular braces we would name the font Arial, and we have to place it in inverted commas, and now we would set its font size, that is 30, and set the background color, and we'll set the background color as same of the top frame, that is hashtag 5D67E 5D67E. Okay, and now we'll set the foreground color. Okay, this bracket was of font, we'll close it here and remove this bracket, and after the background color we will define the foreground color. So for which color those turns would be displayed. So foreground color would be equal to white. And now we would place this label so that it could be displayed. Label dot place, and we'll place it at x equal to 440 and y equal to 200. Okay, and it's showing a error, so we'll see what we have skipped. We have not placed a comma here, so we will save this and run it. So you could see the x turn here. So we'll add a functioning to it. So now we would be creating a reset button now, and for that we'll create a variable reset underscore button and use the button widget, that is button, and that would be placed in the top frame. So we'll pass top underscore frame, and the text we want to give to the button, that would be restart game. And now we would set the font, for which font the button should have, what fonts the button should have. So font equal to, in circular brackets we would place Arial and set the font size, that is 30, and then set background color equal to, that would be the same as of the top frame, that is 5D 60 70. And after the background color we'll set the foreground color and we'll set it as white only. And after the foreground color we would place this reset button, but button has a command also. So command is something which gives the function to a button, and we will define this function and we'll name it as new game, so that it would reset the whole game. We would define this function, that is the new game, and inside the next line we will place this button, that is reset underscore button dot place, and we will place it as x equal to 360 and y equal to 95. So we have placed the reset button. Now we will create a bottom frame. So in that we would have the structure of our game, that is the 9 boxes. So we'll create a variable and name it as bottom frame and create a frame widget, and inside that frame we would pass window, as it would be creating on the window, and then set its background color. So F would be capital for the frame, and set the background color, and we'll set the background color for it as white only. Now we would set the foreground color, that is white, and set a command. No, bottom frame don't have anything, na? So for bottom frame we would just create a frame and we would pass the window, and we would set the background color as white, and we would set width and height for it. Width would be 400 and height, that would also be 400. We will create a square box for tic-tac-toe buttons, and now we will place this frame. So to place it, we'll write bottom underscore frame dot place, and we would pass x equal to 265 and y equal to 300. So we would place it, and now we'll save it and I'll run it for you guys. So first it wants us to create these functions. After that only we could execute this window or see the output of the window. So now we will move to create these functions only, and we'll create it just beneath this. And the first function we would create would be the next turn. First I will write the function, and after that I will explain you its functionality. So we will pass row and column here and place the colon, and here we will make a global variable and name it as player, and here we would use if buttons, that is we would place those buttons that as a, like I will show you. So we'll place these buttons as grid only, so it would have row and column. We won't place it, we would set it as grid. So we would set it as row equal to 0 and column equal to 0, row equal to 0, column equal to 1, row equal to 0, column equal to 2. So this is how we gonna set this. So if buttons row column, and the next the text that is equal to t, and we will create a function and name it as check winner, that is check underscore winner, that is false, and inside if player is equal to player 0, that is the initial player, then buttons that is row column, and I think before creating this function that is next turn, first we should declare all the cases in which a person can win. So for that also we will create a function and name it as check winner, that is we have declared here. So first we'll define this function only, check underscore winner, and inside first we will run a loop for row in range, and that is 3, and inside if buttons that is row 0 and its text side is text, and that is equal to buttons row 1, and what text it has, and is equal to buttons row, and inside text, and it's not equal to empty. That is what we have done here is, if you see, so we have stated that if row 0, that is the first row 0 and the column 0 is equal to row 0 and the column 1 and the row 0 and the column 2, and it's not equal to empty, and if they all are equal, then we would give it a green color. Buttons row 0 dot config, and inside you'll pass background equal to green. So we will give it a green color, and where it goes, yeah, here. So we have seen the first row. If the first row and all the three elements, that is all the three columns, have the same, that is x or 0, so it would be turned out as green. All the three would be turned as green. So all the three buttons would be set as green. Buttons row 1 dot config, and set its background as green. Dot config, and set the background as green. Okay, and it would return true. So we have seen one possibility. Now we would see another possibility, that is a winner could be this way, or it could be the column way, or like we have run a loop, that is for range 0, that is the for first row, then the row would be changed to 1, then this row, then this row. So all these rows are completed. Now we will run a loop so that we could check the columns. So for that we would run a loop for column in range 3 and write a if statement, that is if buttons, that is 0, and that is the row 0, and check the column. So column would be dynamic here, and pass text, and that is equal to buttons, and the row 1 and the column, that would be variable, and inside we will pass text equal to then buttons, and this row is second, that is the third row, but index is third, and set the column and inside text, and that is not equal to empty colon. So these columns would also be turned into green. So for that we'll write buttons 0 column dot config and configure with background color that is equal to green. Okay, now I'll copy this, paste it here, and paste it in the next line, that is the next column and the next column. So it would be turned out to be green, and after that it should return true. So we have covered these possibilities. Oh, sorry, these possibilities. Now we'll come have the possibility of the diagonals. So for that we will create a if statement only. If, as we don't require any loop here, if buttons that is 0 0 inside text that is buttons 1 1 and that is equal to buttons that is 2 2 and that is not equal to empty colon, then these buttons that is would turn green. 0 0 dot configure and set the background color as green. Okay, and return true. And if this is not the possibility, we will cover the second diagonal, that is elif, and inside we'll just copy this and state the other diagonal, that would be 0 2 1 1 and 2 0. So for that you would write 0 2 and the next is 1 1 and the next one is 2 0. It's not equal to empty, and it these all three would also be configured as green if they all are equal. 1 1 2 0. After that it should return true. Okay. Now I will cover another possibility, that is elif, and for that I will create a function that is empty spaces is false. So first we will create the empty spaces function only, and after that we will create this elif statement. So for that we will write empty underscore spaces. And inside we will define, that is, all the spaces and that is equal to 9. And now we'll run a loop. Actually, it's not closed now. It's okay. We'll close it. Now we'll run a loop for row in range. And now for column in range 3. And now we'll use if statement, that is if buttons, that is we would check every row and column text here is not empty, then we would subtract from the spaces another if statement, that is if spaces turn out to be 0, then it should return false, else return true. Okay, now we have defined the empty spaces. Now we'll complete this elif statement, that is for this if the empty spaces is false, that is if all has been covered. If space is equal to 0, there is no space left and it has returned false. So what we will do is, first we'll create a loop for row in range 3. Now for column in range 3. So we will turn the whole box as yellow. So for that, buttons row column use square brackets row column dot config, and we'll configure background color equal to yellow, and we will return tie, that is if all the boxes are filled and it doesn't satisfy these if statements, that is there is no consistent x or 0 in row or column or in diagonals, then we would turn it as tie. So we'll return it, return tie. and would make the T capital. And now we will place the else statement, that is return false. Okay, now we have split all the cities and the spaces. Now we'll complete our function, that is the next turn, and we have to create another function, that is the new game. So in the new game function, we will decide who will have the first turn. So first we will define this function only, that is new game. And inside we will set variable as global player, and player equal to random dot choice. We have done this in Windows also. And we'll configure the label here that we have created, that is this label. We will configure it and change its text, label dot configure, and change its text, that is equal to player, that we have choose from the random module and use the choice function, so it would choose either X or either 0. Player plus, and now whose turn it is. Okay, now we will run a for loop for row in range 3 and for column in range 3. We would set buttons row column dot configure, and would set the text as empty for the new game, and background color, that is equal to f0 f0 f0. I have used the execute, so I have to use hash, that is white, or you could use the hexacode for white as hashtag 6f. Okay, so we have declare, define, and declare. Okay, three problems in this. We will resolve them. So we have declared the new game function, and moving on, what we are left is next turn. So now we'll complete that. What is we have an if statement, and if player equal to player 0, that is the first player. So buttons column, and it's text what will enter equal to player, and if check winner is false, then player equal to player 1. The turn would be shifted to another player. Okay. Now if check winner is false, that is if there is no player, so player would be shifted to player 1. And now we'll change the label, that is this would be changed, that is label.config, and we would change it and change it as, first we would set a text here, that would be text equal to, the player turn would be changed, for that we'll write text equal to from the players, we would now the turn has changed, and another case, that is else if the winner is true, and if the winner is true, what we'll do, we will change the label, we will configure it and change the text equal to players 1, and it wins. And we will have another condition, elif check underscore winner, that is if it's equal to tie, then we'll change the label, we'll configure it and set text equal to tie, okay. So now we have, now we check, okay, this would be player 1, it's true, to be player 0 if he wins. Now we'll have a else condition, that is in else we would be having all the other possibilities that we are left, and here we would start with the player 1, and else if buttons, that is row column, and the text enter is equal to player agar means that it's equal to player, then if check winner is false, if there is no winner currently, then player is equal to player 0, and we would configure the label, that is label.config, and set text equal to, and set player 0, and would set its turn. And else if that is check winner is true, then label.config, that if he's the winner, then we'll change the text, that is equal to player 1, and it wins. Yeah. Text equal to player 1 wins. Okay. Now we have another else if statement, that is if check winner is equal to tie, then we'll configure this label and set the text equal to tie. So we have declared all the functions. Now what are the problems fixing? Okay, now we will set the buttons in the frame so that it should be displayed. For that we will run the loops, that is for row in range 3, now for column in range 3, and now we would set them buttons row column, that is equal to, we'll declare them as button, and inside first we'll pass the bottom frame as we want them to be in the bottom frame, and then we'll define text as empty and set the font as Arial and set the font size as 40. Now we'll set the width and height, that is comma. We'll set the width of one button equal to 5 and height equal to 1, and set the command, that would be lambda row equal to row and column equal to column. Row equal to row, column equal to column, and our function, that is next turn, and we'll pass the row and column here. This n is 4. Okay, we have passed it. Now we would use the grid geometry function to place it. So now we would place it buttons, row, column, dot grid, and we'll pass row equal to row and column equal to column. So we are done with the project. Now we will run it. Okay, so there's an error. It's showing error. There's no error. Okay, so we'll save this and run it. So you can see that we have a tic-tac-toe game and there is no space here. We'll place it, and it's also not showing functionality here. We'll just make it correct. So first we'll go to label, play plus turn, make a space here. So you could see the space has turned on. Now we will see why the text is not inserting in it. Okay, yeah, I'm not, this is correct, and okay, we have sent the text and the font. Okay, it's correct. So I'll just run it again. So yeah, the functionality is working fine. Okay, yeah, restart game. No, all the things are fine. So we are done with our project, and with that we have come to the end of this session.
With Simplilearn's postgraduate program in AI and machine learning. With this certification, you will not only learn Python but also gain expertise in AI and machine learning. So hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box. Our learners have experienced huge success in their careers. Listen to their experience. Find the Simplilearn's course reviews link in the description box below.
Today's session will be a guide for you to create your own Flappy Bird game. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel, like the tutorial, and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. And before starting, let us have a simple quiz question to brush up on our knowledge. And your question is, which pygame function is used to set the size of the window? And your options are, first option is pygame.display.set underscore mode function. And your second option is pygame.display.set underscore size function. And your third option is pygame.display.set underscore screen function. And your fourth option is none of this. Please answer in the comment section below and we'll update the correct answer in the pinned comment. You can pause the video, give it a thought, and answer in the comment section. And I have an insightful for you guys. If you are focused on building strong foundation skills for career growth, in that case, you can check out a free course to learn Python basics with a completion certification from Scale Up by Simplilearn. You can check the course with the link in the description box below. Now, moving to our project. First, we will create a folder, and you guys have already played the Flappy Bird game. I will show you the demo, but we will create first. And here we have created the folder Flappy Bird. And inside, we'll open the command prompt. Okay, we got an error. Here, we'll just open the command prompt. And now, to open our IDLE, that is Visual Studio Code, we will write the command code space period and press enter. It will open the Visual Studio Code for us. Now here, we will create the file and name it as bird.py. And here, we will start with the code. And to code, we need some images and sounds. And this is our project that we're gonna make. That is a Flappy Bird game. So we'll just run it for you guys and show you how it works. So this is our Flappy Bird window, and when we just press space, as we have set the functioning for it with space, yeah, I just scored 5 points. So this is the demo what we're gonna make. So let's start with it. We'll close this and start with our project. And for starting, first we need is installing and importing the packages. And what you need to install and import is, first is the random library, and for that I will write import random. And if you want to install it, you could just write the command pip install random, or you can search on the browser random library installation Python. You will get the command there. That would be the pip command. And after that, we will import the system library. And for that, the command is pip install os hyphen sys, or you can just search for that. You could run these commands in your command prompt or in your terminal of your IDLE. After that, we will import pygame, and after that, we will import pygame dot locals and import all the files from there. Okay, and it's showing us error. Just see, import pygame dot locals port Okay, sorry, from Pygame. Yeah, and the SOS library, we'll use this just to exit the game window. That would be system.exit, sos.exit. Okay, and now moving on, we will start with the global variables for a game, and we'll start with FPS. What should be the FPS of a game? And we'll set it as 32. And the screen width, that would be the global variable, screen width, and we'll set it as 289. After that, we have screen height, and we'll set it as 511. After that, we will call the screen. That is, first we'll create the variable screen, and inside we'll call pygame dot display dot set underscore mode. And if you guys remember the quiz question, you would get the idea from here. And inside we'll pass screen width and screen height, screen width and screen height. Now moving on, we will create a variable ground y, that is for the reference of the ground in y-axis, and that would be screen height multiplied by 0.8. These calculations I have done with probability. I have like inserted 1.6, and then I have inserted 1.2, and then I have set it at 0.8. With the accordance of our screen width and height, I have set this ground y equal to screen height into 0.8. And now game sprites. Now I will show you what pictures or what sprites we're gonna use in this game. For that, we'll just create and for game sounds, we'll also create that. And now moving on to Flappy Bird. This is a Flappy Bird, and we have the gallery here. These are our sprites that we'll use. We'll use these numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to calculate the score, and it would be displayed on the background. This is the background image that we'll use. This is the base image, and this would be our bird, that would be the Flappy Bird, but I have used Angry Bird image here. And this would be our welcome screen. This is our base pipes that we're gonna avoid while flapping. And I have downloaded some audios, that would be the swoosh sound, hit sound, and the point sound to calculate the points. And these are the free sounds that I have downloaded from the YouTube dashboard. These are free music, so anyone can use that. So to use them, I will paste this folder, gallery folder, in the same folder of Flappy Bird, so that we don't have to write the whole path to use them. Okay, now we'll create a variable player for our Angry Bird player. Okay, and we will import the image, that is in the gallery folder, and then we have sprites, and the name is bird.png. Now for the background, we will create the global variable, that would background, and inside we will call the image, and that is stored in gallery slash, and inside the sprites, and inside that is background.png. Okay, now we will create one more variable, that would be pipe, and that would be using in the whole game. So we'll create its global variable, and here we'll write its path, that is gallery splash sprites splash the name of the image, that is pipe.png. You could write the whole path if you have your images stored in another folder. Okay, so we know that we will use the sys module to exit the game, and the command would be sys.exit. And after importing, we have declared all the global variables and set the frames. And now moving on, we have set the ground y. Now we will create the main function and the program will be executed what we'll write in this main function. Control will start from here. So to execute this function or to define this function, we'll create if name equal to, and inside we have main, and this will be the main point from where our game will start, and we'll initialize the pygame here, that is pygame dot initialize init, and after that we will control the fps lock, fps clock. We'll create the variable fps, oh sorry, fps clock, and inside we will use pygame function, that is pygame dot time dot clock. Okay, now we'll set the captions for the display. The window, it should be displaying the Flappy Bird on just top of that. For that, we'll write the command pygame dot display dot set underscore caption, and inside we'll write Flappy Bird. And now we'll set the game sprites numbers, but before that, not before that, first we'll do here only. So for game sprites, we will take its variable and inside we will write the numbers, that is the counting numbers we will use for counting our points. And to get them initialized, we will use the pygame.image.load, and for that what we'll do, we'll write and use the function pygame.image.load, and inside this we will import the image that is stored in gallery splash sprites slash 0.png. Okay, and now we'll use the convert alpha function. Okay, and connection to server, we'll just update it. As it's showing our connection got disposed, we will just open the command prompt again, that is cmd, and first we'll save this. I don't know why, but it stopped. Cmd, and inside we'll write code space period. Yeah, I think the connection is initialized now. Terminal. So yeah, the connection is good to go. Now moving on, what we were using, convert underscore alpha, and it is used to set the fps of the image. We have initialized the pygame module and then set the fps clock. Now we have set the caption, and now we are creating a game sprites tuple, and dot convert alpha will optimize the image for game, that is pixels and the fps, and will pass all the images. Now we'll create for message and pipes, but first we'll create all for the numbers. Okay, so we'll just do that. That is 0.png, and we are using convert underscore alpha function. Okay, and then comma, as we are doing for all the numbers. So we'll just copy paste them. We have done for 0.png, and we have used the convert.alpha. We'll copy this, paste this, and use 1.png, and then 2.png, 3.png, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9. Oh, 5. We should write the code as fast as we can. So we can use these, the cut, copy, paste wherever required. Okay, now we are set with these images, that is the counting images, and we have set it with convert underscore alpha function. Okay, now moving on. Now we will come to pipes and base. So we'll create a message for them. Okay, now starting with them, we will use the convert function for them. And for message, we'll create the tuple again. That would be game underscore sprites, and inside we'll pass message this time, and that would be equal to pygame, and we'll use the image.load to load the images, and then we will set the path of the images, that is gallery slash sprites splash message.png. I'll show you what is the message.png. That is the welcome window. So we are setting for it. Okay, and for that also we'll use convert alpha function. Okay, that is dot convert underscore alpha. Okay, now moving on. Now we'll set the base, and for that we'll write game underscore sprites, and now we'll do for the base image. I will show you the base image. This is the base image. That would be the base for the game. Now with the base image, we'll load the base image, and for that we'll write pygame dot image dot load, and after that we'll pass the we'll copy the whole and just paste it. Now we'll pass the location, and the name of the image is base.png. Okay, and use the convert underscore alpha function for its fps. And now we'll use the same for pipe. So we'll just copy this and use it for pipe. Now here we'll pass the pipe, and that is pygame dot load, and the image name is pipe. Okay, but we have a catch here. What we have to do is to rotate the pipes, so we don't have to use only the image.load, we have to use the rotate function also that is present in the Pygame. So we have set the tuple that is game sprites pipe. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We are going good. And now to rotate that, we'll use the Pygame function. And for that, we'll start with the round brackets, and inside we'll call Pygame dot transform dot rotate, and here we'll store Pygame dot image dot load, but image we want to rotate, and inside we'll just pass the image, as we have created a global variable for that, and we have stored the path of the image there, so we don't have to write the path here. Just a second. Yeah. We'll just write the name of the global variable, that was pipe. So here we'll just pass pipe. Okay, and here we have this. Okay, and here we are using dot convert alpha and give the rotation as 180 degree, and we'll close that. Okay, all the brackets are closed. Now we'll provide a comma to that, and now we'll load the pipe and convert alpha. Use the convert alpha, that is pygame dot image dot load, and inside we'll pass pipe and use dot convert underscore alpha function. Okay. And here we'll close the bracket, that is we have started one bracket here. Okay, and close it here. Not alpha we have, and we have a comma here and here. Just a second. Okay, okay, we don't close it. Okay, we have it 180 degree comma pygame not pipe. Okay, now yeah, it's good to go. Now for the game sounds, what we need to do, we have created a global variable there. We will use that, that is game sounds, and inside we'll make a tuple and use the die sound first, that is when the Flappy Bird dies. These are the audio: die, hit, point, swoosh, wink. So for the die, we'll just use the mixer class and make it sound in a game. So for that we'll use pygame dot mixer dot sound, and inside we'll pass gallery slash, and in the audio folder we have die dot wav. Okay, now we'll just copy it and use it for other sounds. Now we'll use it for hit sound, and for that we have hit dot wav. If our bird gets hit with a pipe, and after that hit sound we have the point sound, the points. When the points increase, the point sound should be played. And then we have the swoosh sound. That is when the bird is flapping. Not the bird flapping, but yeah, swoosh sound. I will show you where it would be used. Then we have the wing sound. And that sound is stored in wing.wav. Now we are done with the game sounds. Now we are left with background image, player image, and how should we use them or load them. So for that, we'll use the game underscore sprites, and inside the tuple we will pass background, and that would be pygame dot image dot load. Okay, to load the image we'll use pygame dot image dot load, and inside we'll pass the background. That would be the variable that we have created above. That is the global variable, and in which we have stored the path of the image. And now we'll just use the convert, not convert underscore alpha. We'll just use the convert here for background because it would be fixed for whole game. It will just monitor its FPS. Now we will use game sprites variable, and in the tuple here we will pass the player, and for player we'll use pygame dot image dot load, and inside we'll pass the name of the global variable which has the like, path for the image, and here we will use the convert underscore alpha function. Okay, now, and we'll write main game, and we will create this function, and we will also create the welcome screen function. So for that we have a while loop in the pygame. I will tell you about that. That calls the game again and again. We'll create the welcome screen function and the main game function. Okay, so welcome screen function would show welcome screen to the user until he presses a button, and main game, this is the main game function. Okay, and we have created the pipe, and for one pipe downwards we have make the rotation as 180 degree. Now we have added the game sounds, and we have downloaded it free from the YouTube dashboard, and we've used the pygame.mixer.sound object, and we will use all the sounds. Now we'll use background and player blitting. How they will blit, like for when we'll play the game, they would be blitting at an particular FPS. So for that we have used the convert and convert underscore alpha function. Now we will make welcome screen function and the main game function. We will define those, but now we have just declared them. That is the welcome screen, and it will show the welcome screen to the user until user presses the button, and main game function that will return when the game will get over, and it will call welcome screen and the game will start again. Now we will start with the welcome screen function. Okay, and inside, so this function would use to show the welcome images on the screen. And we'll start with creating a variable and naming it player x, and we will create this coordinate as integer, and we'll set it as screen width divided by 5. I will explain you how I have arrived with this calculation and with these coordinates, and I am setting the player y coordinate, that is the bird coordinate, where it should be present on the welcome screen, and its height should be screen height minus game sprites, that would be the itself height, that would be the player's height, minus player, and dot get height divided by 2, means it should be in the middle and its height should be deducted from that. Okay, now dot get height function, that is get height, and we will divide it by 2. Okay, we'll divide the height by 2 then, that is the screen height minus game sprites player, that is we have created the variable game sprites and the player height, the height of the image of the player. Okay, and we use the dot get height function to get its height, and we'll minus that from the screen height, and then we will divide it by 2. Okay, I'll show you what I want to tell you and what I'm setting here. So this is the welcome screen, and this is the x coordinate, that is what we have set, screen width divided by 5. We have set the screen width in the starting, that is the global variable, divided by 5. This is the x coordinate, and for the y coordinate we have minus, that is screen height minus the player height divided by 2. Okay, now moving on, now we'll set the height of the message. Okay, for the x coordinate we'll write int, and inside we'll write screen width, and we'll minus the game sprites message height, or the message width, sorry. Okay, minus game sprites message. Okay, and to get its width we will use the function dot get underscore width, and then we will divide the whole width by 2. Okay, now we will declare a variable message y and set its height in the y direction. First we'll create it for integer, and then use the global variable, that is screen height, and we will multiply it by 0.13. I have taken all the assumptions and all the probability with these numbers. That's why I have came to this decision of taking it at 0.13 with this screen width and screen height. So it suits best for me. If you change the screen width and screen height, then you should probably change with the multiple of 0.13, or you could just apply the probability, just change the numbers and see what would be best suiting it. Okay, into 0.13, and the base. If you see the base image, I will take back to our sprites. So this is our base image. So for that we'll set base x, and that would be at 0. And now we will run the while loop, while true, and we run the while loop for events. So for event in Pygame, okay, we'll use the event dot get function. Okay, and inside this function I will show you what we're going to use. Like if user clicks on the close button, then we'll just close the game. For that we'll use the if statement, that is if event dot type, that is equal to quit, or we'll also set some other keys to quit the game. If the player that is playing, the user, click these events, so the game just shuts down or quit. Okay, that would be event dot type equal to key down, that is, and we'll also use the key up to start the game. Okay, key down, and we will also write one other, that would be k underscore escape. Okay, and event dot key equal to k underscore escape. Okay, and for this event, what should we do? Now we'll set the command, that would be pygame dot quit. Okay, and after that system dot exit, so the game would be closed. Now if the user presses space or up key, then we'll start the game for them. For that we'll just write the elif statement, and inside this elif statement we'll set the events, that is elif event dot type, that is would be the space or key up. Now event dot type, that is equal to first we'll set key up, and after that we'll also set event dot key, that is equal to k underscore space key. Okay, if the user presses the space key, then also the event would start, or event key, that is equal to k underscore up. Okay, we have set the up key here. So what we'll do, we'll set the key down here, that is these events should be true, and if we just press the key down, then the game should restart. Okay, we should return to the main game. For that we'll write the command here. We have set the elif statement, and we'll just write return. Okay, and now we'll return to the main game, and the main game starts. Now we'll write the else condition, and that would be for the bleeding, that would be screen would be bleeding for the background, and where we should set it. Okay, now for that I will use the screen variable and use the split function, and inside we'll use background. That would be, we have stored in game sprites, we have loaded the background image. Okay, and where it should be bleeding, we will set it here. That would be comma, and in the brackets we'll make the coordinates 0 comma 0. Okay, now here we will blit it again, not again but the player, we'll blit the player on the welcome window. For that we'll use screen.blit, and we have game underscore sprites, and inside we'll use player, and here we will pass the coordinates for the player that we have assigned, that is player x comma player y. Okay, now we'll blit the message screen. Oh sorry, we'll just copy it and paste it here. Now for the message, we'll use message, pass the message, and use the x and y coordinate of message, that is message x and message y. Okay, now moving on, we will set the updating of the base and the welcome screen. Now for base, so base has the base x, and we have set the ground y, the global variable for that, if you remember, or just go at the top, or when I will share the code with you with a GitHub profile, you can just download it there, download it from there, and see where I have set the ground y global variable. I will show you. So here is our ground y, that is screen height into 0.8, and I have calculated this with the probability that what suits my screen width and screen height. Okay, now moving on, we have set the splitting of the base. Now we'll use the display.update function to update these bleedings. That would be pygame dot display dot update function, and now we'll use the fps clock that we have set in the main function and dot tick function, and pass the fps that we have set it at 32. So we have built all the images on the welcome screen, and now we have to run this update function to show the images, and we'll control our fps with the fps clock dot tick. Now the welcome screen is done, and moving on, now we will define the main game function. Okay, so starting with main game, we'll define it main game, and inside first we'll set a variable and set its score equal to 0. Now we have set the score equal to 0. Now we'll set the x coordinate of the player x, that is player x. First we have set the player x and player y for the welcome screen. Now we are setting it for the game, from where it should start. So that would be the same only. When the game starts, the player would be at that position, and from there only it should start. That is screen width divided by 5. And the player y position, we will set it as screen height divided by 2, and we'll set the base x, and that should be set, and that is equal to 0. We'll split the base. Now we'll create another function that would be the random pipes to show the pipes. Okay, now we'll create a function get random pipe. So we get the random pipe with random height. Okay, so this will generate the positions of two pipes, that is one bottom straight and the one top rotated, for splitting on the screen. So first we'll create a variable that would be the pipe height. We'll set it as small only. Pipe height, and for that we will call the global variable game sprites and create tuple for pipe, and sets the 0th position to get its height. Okay, now we'll set the offset, and that should be equal to screen height divided by 3, and y2, that should be equal to offset plus random dot, it would take any random range number and it would add to the offset. Okay, rand range, and inside the rand range we'll pass 0 to, that is what height will pass, that would be the screen height minus the base height. It could set any height, minus game underscore sprites the base, and we should get the height of that. For that we'll use the get underscore height function. Okay, now what we need to do is minus 1.2 into offset, and here we close it. So this is the y2, and moving on. So these are the numbers that I have seen and drawn with the probability and how it fixes my screen width and screen height. It suits my screen width and screen height. Now the pipe x position, that would be the screen width plus 10. It should be 10 size here. That is right side. Okay, now we'll see the y1 height, that is pipe height, but we'll get, okay, and minus y2 plus offset, and now we take pipe that's inside, we'll get, and for x set the pipe x and y as minus y1. Okay, now this bracket would be closed, and this is for the upper pipe. Okay, now we'll set for the lower pipe, and for the lower pipe the coordinates would be that is pipe x, and the y coordinates they would be y2. Okay, and now we will return the pipe, so we get the height of the pipes. Now we'll create two pipes for blitting on the screen, and that will create in the main game. Now in the main game we'll create two pipes, that would be new pipe 1, and that would be get random pipe function. Okay, and then we'll create new pipe 2, and that is get random pipe. Okay, now my list of upper pipes I will create for them, that would be first I will create a tuple for that upper pipes, and that is equal to inside will set its x, and that is screen width plus 200 plus screen width divided by 2. Okay, that is screen width divided by 2, and for y what will set as new pipe 2, and the coordinates that is 0 comma y. Okay, that is set here, and comma. Now for lower pipes will set, so for lower pipe, okay, so we have not written the whole coordinates, so upper pipe. Okay, so we'll write that would be skin height plus 200 and set it the upper pipe coordinates. So that is the x would be skin width plus 200. Okay, and the y would be equal to is new pipe 1, and side that is the 0th, and the y we have declared. Okay, comma, and still close this, comma, and for this we'll set screen width plus 200 plus screen width divided by 2, and y would be new pipe 2, 0 and y. Okay, now we'll set the list of lower pipes. Okay, moving on, we'll create some space, and from here, now what we'll do, we'll start for lower pipes. And for lower pipes, first we'll create that double, and inside this we'll start with x, and the x coordinate, it would be screen width, sorry, yeah, for the lower pipes we'll set the screen width plus 200 only. That would be on the same, the upper and the lower. Screen width plus 200, and now we'll set the y as new pipe, I ate the n, never mind, new pipe 1, and for this we will set, that is the first one, and the y. Now moving on, we'll set the second coordinates. It is starting with x, and that would be screen width plus 200. Oh, I forgot to write n above. Okay, yeah, screen width plus 200 plus screen width divided by 2. And now we'll set y, that is new pipe 2, inside will pass 1 and the y. Okay, now we'll close this. Now we'll set the velocity of the pipe. So pipe velocity would be in the opposite direction, it would be coming from right to left. So we'll set the pipe velocity, that is, we'll create a variable pipe velocity x, that is equal to -4, and the player velocity, for that we have created the variable player rel y, and that would be equal to -9. It would be going that side. And the player max velocity y, that is, it's in the y direction in height. Like if you do not flap, then it would go with the speed of 9, and if we flap, then we'll set the player max velocity. Okay, so for that we have created the variable player max velocity, and that would in the y direction. Okay, we'll create these variables big now, and we'll set it as 10. So if it comes -9, and if we flap, then it would go up, like 1 point up. And the minimum velocity for player, that should be -8 in y direction. Player minimum velocity in y direction, that would be equal to -8. And now player acceleration. So if player accelerates, so how much it accelerates, that is the final velocity minus initial velocity. Okay, and that is equal to 1. Now player flap acceleration will also set flap acceleration, and we will set it as -8. So we'll set the velocity while flapping. That is done. And now we'll set player flapped equal to false, that it is true only when the bird is flapping. So when the bird is flapping, it would be change it to true. Player flapped, and we'll set it as false. Okay, now we'll run a loop, while loop, and inside we'll set the events, that is for event in pygame dot event dot get, and inside this event what will set, if now if event dot type, that is equal to quit, or event dot type, that is equal to key down, and event dot key equal to k underscore escape. So for this we will quit the game and write the command as system.exit. First we'll do pygame.quit. We'll quit the pygame that we have initialized, and after that we'll exit the system. We'll just close the game. So s.exit. Now if event.type equal to key down, and event dot type, here we will write about the key. If we press the key, that is equal to space k underscore space, or event dot key, that is equal to k underscore up. Then the velocity of player, like if condition, if player velocity in y direction is greater than 0, then we'll set the player velocity in y direction, that is equal to player flap acceleration. Player flap acceleration. Okay, and we'll set the player flap equal to true here. This is small. So what will set as now? Yeah, player flapped, that is equal to true. Okay, now here we will play the sounds also. So for that, game underscore sounds, and inside we'll pass wing dot play, and now we have set the events and set the while loop here. Now we want a function for collide. We'll set its functionality, that is if the bird collides with the pipe. So what would be the functionality for that? So for that, we will declare a function and name it as isCollide. And inside, we will pass player X, player Y, the positions, right? Where is the position of the player at particular time, and the upper pipes position and the lower pipes position. Now, if player Y, that is speed, the position of the player Y is greater than ground Y minus 25, that is, let's show you, ground Y minus 25, or player Y velocity, player Y coordinate is less than 0, then we'll play the sound, that would be the hit sound. It has hit the ground. Is game underscore sounds, and inside we'll pass hit sound and we'll play it, and here we will return true. Okay, now we'll run a for loop, that would be for pipe in upper pipe, that is, set the pipe height, and that is inside the game sprites pipe and the 0th coordinate, and we'll get its height with the function get height. And now if player Y is less than pipe height plus pipe Y and absolute of player X minus pipe X coordinate, that is player X minus pipe X. Okay, and if it's less than the game sprites, and inside we'll pass pipe and the 0th coordinate, and we'll get the width of it. And if it's less than this, then we'll play the hit sound, that is game underscore sounds, and then hit. dot play, and after that we'll return true. Okay, now for pipe in lower pipes, if player y plus game sprites and that is of player, that is will get its height, and if its height is greater than the pipe y coordinate, and the absolute of that is player x minus pipe x, and it is less than game sprites that is pipe, and pass the zeroth coordinate and dot get width. Then what would play? Would play the hit sound, that is game underscore sounds, and inside we will play hit dot play, and we will return true, and if these conditions do not happen, then we'll return false. Now coming back to our new main game function, sorry, and we have run a while loop here. Now we have created the SQLite function. Now what we will do is crash test will create a variable, that is crash test equal to, we'll call the SQLite function, and inside we'll pass the positions, that is player x comma player y comma upper pipes comma lower pipes, and this function will return true if the player is crashed. We have declared this function, and if the player is crashed inside this, right, if crash test then return, and now we'll check for the scores. For that we'll create a variable and see the player mid position, that is equal to player x plus height of player divided by 2. That is, we'll get it by game underscore sprites side pass player dot get width divided by 2. Now we'll run a for loop, that is for pipe in upper pipes so for pipe in upper pipes we'll find the pipe mid position and that is equal to pipe x plus game underscore sprites and inside we pass pipe and the zeroth node and we'll get the width of this is get width slash 2 and now inside this if pipe mid position, that is pipe mid position is less than equal to player mid position, and that is less than pipe mid position plus 4. Okay, now after that the score will be plus equal to 1 if it passes, and we will print also, will print and use the f string, that is your score is, and inside will pass score and it will print that score, and we'll play the game sound, the point sound, the game variable dot play. Now if player velocity y, that is player velocity in y direction is less than player max velocity in y direction, velocity in y direction, and his node flapping and node player flapped, then player velocity y, that would be equal to player acceleration y, and if sorry, player flapped, then player flapped equal to false, then player height, that is equal to game underscore sprites, and will pass player dot get underscore height. Play now. Player y position, that is equal to player y plus minimum of player velocity y, comma ground y minus player y minus player height. Now we'll move the pipes to the left. So for that we'll run a for loop. Now for upper pipe comma lower pipe, that is we are taking two variables, that is upper pipe comma lower pipe, in using the zip function, and inside we are passing upper pipes and the lower pipes. Comma lower pipes, and inside pass upper pipe x position plus equal to pipe velocity x. And then we have lower pipe x velocity, that is plus equal to pipe velocity x. Now we'll add a new pipe when the first is about to cross the leftmost part of the screen. So for that we will run a if statement, that is if 0 is less than upper pipes is 0 and x less than 5, then new pipe is equal to get random pipe. We'll get the new random pipe. And upper pipes dot append, that is dot append, and that would be new pipe and 0. And after that we have lower pipes dot append, that is new pipe 1. Now if the pipe is out of the screen, we will remove it, and for that also we will run a if statement, that is the conditional statement, that is if upper pipes zero and the x is less than minus game sprites inside the pipe and 0, that is we will get the width of that. Now then we'll pop the upper pipes. So for that we'll write upper pipes dot pop, and that is the 0th position, and then we'll pop the lower pipes dot pop and the 0th. Now we will blit our sprites now. Now for blitting we'll use the global variable screen and use the blit function, and inside we'll pass game sprites, and that is the background we want to blit here. And inside we will pass the position, that is 0 0, and now we will run a for loop, that is for upper pipe comma lower pipe in zip, and inside we'll pass upper pipes comma lower pipes, and P is capital for both of them. So for them we'll blit the screen, that is screen.blit, and inside we'll pass game sprites, that is pipe, and this will come here. Okay, now we are setting for the pipes, so it would come under the for loop. So screen.blit game sprites, and for pipe and the 0th position. Now we'll take upper pipe x and upper pipe y. Close both of them. Now we'll split the lower pipe. Inward plate, and inside will pass game underscore sprites, and inside will pass the pipe and the position for the lower pipe, that is 1, and lower pipe, that has x, and lower pipe y, and we'll close this. Okay, for lower pipe we have started one and we have closed that. Okay, and for the game sprites we have started. Okay, this done. Now we will split the base, and that would not be in the for loop. For that, for the splitting of the base, we'll write screen.blit, and inside we'll pass game sprites, and inside we'll pass the base and the position of the base, that is base x comma ground y. And now we'll split screen.split, and inside we'll pass game sprites, and this would be for player, comma player x comma player y. Now to set for the score, we'll create a variable and name it as my digits, and inside we will do int x for x in list of string, that is score. So we'll set width equal to 0, and for we will run another for loop, that is 4 digit in my digits, that is what we have stored in that, that is width for the points or the digits, that would be equal to game underscore sprites, and we'll pass the numbers that we have loaded in the main function. It's the numbers and digit and get its width. Now we'll set the x offset, that is equal to screen width minus width divided by 2. And now Now we'll run another for loop, 4 digit, that is 4 digit in my digits. Inside we'll use screen.blit, and inside we'll pass game underscore sprites, and inside we'll pass numbers and digit, and now we'll pass the x offset and the screen height into 0.12, and now we'll set the x offset, that is plus equal to game underscore sprites. Inside we'll pass numbers and digit dot get width, and after that we'll do pygame dot display dot update. Now we'll set fps clock dot tick and pass the fps in that. And with that we are done with our code, and now we'll run our code. Run the code. Oh, we are waiting if there is some error. Not run it again. Okay, first I'll stop the time. Okay, the file had appeared there, and you guys can see the game is ready. Flappy Bird, get ready. Press spacebar to start, and you can use these images that we have used. That is message dot png, and that is here in sprites. Uh, this image I have created using the PowerPoint. You can create in the PowerPoint or you can use Photoshop. And this I have downloaded the background image, the base image, and the bird image and the pipe image I have created. And these 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 you can download from the browser. Like you can use, you can type background images for games and free background images for games. So you would see all the images, you can download anyone, and you can use the base also. You can download it and use it. So we are done with the game. So before ending, we'll play it once again. We can hear the sounds, and you can see the score is being printed in the terminal. So currently we are at 9, 11, 12, 13, and that's it. We lost at 15 and we have closed the window. That is, we use the system module and use the system.exit function.
With Simplilearn's postgraduate program in AI and machine learning. With this certification, you will not only learn Python but also gain expertise in AI and machine learning. So hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box. Our learners have experienced huge success in their careers. Listen to their experience. Find the Simplilearn's course reviews link in the description box below.
In this tutorial, we will learn to create a Discord bot and add it to our Discord channel. And here, we will learn how to get the following responses from the bot. The responses would be text, image, video, document or audio. And before starting, let us have a simple question to brush up on our knowledge. And it's related to Discord. And your question is, what is the minimum age to use Discord? And your options are, the first option is 18, the second option is 13, and the third option is 15, and the fourth option you get is none of these. So please answer in the comment section below. Pause the video, give it a thought and answer in the comment section. And I have an insightful for you guys. If you are focused on building strong foundational skills for career growth, in that case you can check out a free course to learn Python basics with a completion certificate from SkillUp by Simplilearn. You can check this course with the link in the description box below. And now, first we'll see the demo of our Discord bot and then we'll start to create our project. And for that, we'll move to our Visual Studio Code. So this is our Visual Studio Code and this is the code for the simple Discord bot. We'll also create the music Discord bot, but first we'll create the simple Discord bot to just get the responses from the bot as text, image, files or video. So we'll save this and run this. So it shows that we have logged in as Simplilearn bot. So we'll move to Discord and I've created the Simplilearn server and in that I have the Simplilearn bot. We will go step by step and I will show you how to create a server. And you can see the Simplilearn bot, it's active. It's showing the green sign or the green dot. And here we'll see what were the commands. We just write hi. So we are in the general channel and if we write hi, we get the response from the Simplilearn bot as hello. And if we write image, we'll get the image that is rewind.png and this image is stored in the same folder as of the project. And if we write video, we'll get the python.mp4. This file is also stored in the same folder. And the audio, we'll get this song and this file is also stored in the same folder. And if we write file, we'll get the same file that is python.pdf and that is stored in the same folder. So I'll show you some commands. I will write image and the bot responds me with the rewind.png that is stored in the folder. I will show you guys. So this is the rewind.png what I got when I wrote image. So moving on, now we'll start with our bot and I will show you the demo of music bot before creating that. Now the first thing we'll do is create a new folder for our project and we'll create a folder and name it as Discord bot using Python. And in this folder, we'll open the command prompt and we'll open our IDE, that is Visual Studio Code. You can use any IDE that you have hands on. We will be using the Visual Studio Code. And here we will create a file and name it as main.py. And before starting, the first thing we should do is install and import the libraries. And before starting, let us have a simple discussion about what is a Discord. So Discord is a voice and text communication platform for gamers. Players streamers and developers use Discord to discuss games, answer questions, chat while they play, and much more. It even has a game store complete with critical reviews and a subscription service. It is nearly a one-stop shop for game communities. I'll show you. I have downloaded the desktop version of Discord. So this is a Discord, and while there are many things you can build using Discord APIs, this tutorial will focus on a particular learning outcome: how to make a Discord bot in Python. And if I tell you what is a bot, so automated programs that look and act like users and automatically respond to events and commands on Discord are called bot users. So this was the brief about the Discord and what is a bot. Now we'll start with how to create a Discord bot. So first, you should have an account on Discord. For that, you could simply go to the Discord website and register for that. And you can, if you're on desktop, you can download the desktop app, or you can access the Discord within the browser. Now you should have an account on Discord, and you should create a server in that. To create a server, you can see this plus sign, just click on that, that is add a server, and now you can see for whom you want to create the server. I want to create a server for my friends, and that would be for me and my friends, and he's asking for the server's name, so we will write project server and we'll click on the create button. So we have created a server, and it has channels, that is general, games, music, and voice channels, that is lounge and stream room. Now we have created a server. Now we will move to Discord development website. For that, we will write Discord developer portal, and this is the website, that is http://discord.com developers talks intro. So in this website, we will create a new application. So first we have to go to the applications, and I've created 3 applications, and here we will create a new application and name it as project. We will tick all the permissions and click on the create, and now you could see the general information about the Discord bot. So if you want to upload any icon, you can do that for your bot, and we have named it as project, and we can tag it as bot and chat bot. And moving on, now we'll go to the bot. Okay, so first we will save the changes, and now we'll go to the bot and click on add bot, and now we have to confirm by clicking yes, do it. Now after the bot is added, now we'll copy the bot token, and before that we'll just give the bot permissions. And before giving the bot permissions, we'll go to the authorization 2, and here we'll select in-app authorization, and we'll select the scope as bot and give the permissions add administrator permissions. And here we'll save the change, and in the URL generator we will select the scope as bot, and the bot permissions will set it as administrator, and we'll copy this URL and paste it here just to store that, and we'll open that in the browser. we have to open this in the browser, and here we'll see the server. We have created the project server. We'll select that and we'll click on continue, and it has the administrator. We'll authorize it, and it's asking if we are a human or not. So we'll just fill its captcha and you can see that our both is authorized. So we will see in the Discord that project just showed up. That is the project board. So it has showed up, but it's offline. So now we have to make it online. We'll do it by writing a code. And before that, we have to generate the token of our bot. So in the authorization 2, we have done the things, and here we have generated the link and authorized our bot. Now here we'll give the permissions, that is requires authorization to code grant, parents intent, server member intent. Okay, we will give all the permissions as we would be creating the music bot also. So for that we would be requiring the administrator permissions. That is all these permissions: send messages, create private threads, attach files, so all that. So here we'll save the changes and to get the token of our Discord bot, we'll click on the reset token and click on the yes to it. So we'll copy this token and paste it here. So it's our token, and this was the URL to authorize a Discord bot. So we would be using this token in a code to activate our bot and to get it online. And if you get your token mishandled or you have given to someone, you can just reset it. So after this project, I will reset this token so you guys can't use my token. So moving on, now we will install some libraries. That would be Discord library, and to install that I will show you the simple commands that is present in the browser. You just have to write install Discord Python library. Okay, and this is the official website. You just have to copy the command, move to your command prompt or the terminal of your ID, and just paste this command and press enter. You can see that the requirement is already satisfied as I have already installed the Discord library. So here I don't have to install it again, and you can do it just by writing the command in the command prompt or in the terminal, and here we are using pip to install the command. Now moving on, after installing the libraries and authorizing our Discord bot, now we'll write code to get our bot online and get some responses from him. So first we'll import the Discord library, and for that we'll write the command import Discord. So here we have imported the Discord, and now first we'll get our bot online, and for that first we'll set the intents, that is Discord dot intents dot all, and after that we will create a variable client, and in that we will call discord dot client and inside we'll write command prefix. So if you want to give any command, so if it has the prefix that will enter, so a bot would understand that would be exclamation mark. And we'll set the intents, that is intents equal to intents. We have created a variable and set the intents. Now we will create a event that would be client.event. You could visit the Discord official website and see the documentation of how to install it. That is, if you want to use the pip command, you can use that in Linux, and you could see the voice port by NaCl. We will install it for our music board, and you can see this is the quick example to see how we can use the Discord library. So we have set the intents, and now we're gonna make a bot active. So you could just visit the documentation, read it once, and you would understand how this library is functioning and what classes and functions it possesses. So we'll move back to our IDLE, and here we'll create the event. For that, we'll write @client, that the variable we have created, dot event, and inside it we'll use async and create a function that is on underscore ready, and here we will print that we have logged in. As if a bot has logged in, it should get printed. We have logged in as the name of the user or our bot. Okay, and we'll write dot format, and inside we'll pass client. Now we'll create another event that is @client dot event, and inside we will create another function that is on underscore message. So if we give any message to our bot, he will reply to us. So message, and if message dot author, so he is writing the message, is equal to client dot user, then we'll just return. And if message dot content dot starts with, that is, if the message starts with hi, or we can write hello, so our bot should respond with something. So if our message starts with hi, so we will await, and message dot channel dot send will send hello. And now to make a bot active, the last thing we have to do is we have to run a token, run a bot with the help of token. So we have copied the token, and that we have copied here. So I'll copy this and paste it in client.run. So we'll save this and run it. So you could see that it has shared logging in using static token, and it has shared the session ID that the bot has been logged in, and what we have printed is that we have logged in as project hashtag 7634. So here we will move to our Discord, and here you can see that our bot has been online after we have run the code. That is, we can see the green symbol for that, and we have written the commands. If we write hi to our bot or the message which starts with hi, it would respond to us. So you could directly chat with the bot here. That is, just click on its symbol and you can message at the rate project. At the rate project, that is your bot. So we'll just write hi here, and you could see that our bot responds with hello. And if we go back to our project server, so this is a project server, and if we write hi in any channel, that is, we are writing in general channel, and press enter, so here also our bot will respond, that is hello. So now we'll add other functionalities so that our bot could respond to us in different ways. So now we will ask our bot to send an image. So the image could be sent through the bot in the form of file. We need to give the name to it, and the file should be in the same directory where our code is. It could be done by running the code that I will just show you. So here now we'll start with if message dot content dot starts with image. That is, if we have image, oh sorry, that would be here only. That is own message. We are writing in the function that is own message, and if the message dot content starts with image, if the message has image in it, so what we will do is we will write a command that is await message dot channel, in which channel we have got the command as image from the author. We will write the or send the file, that is, the bot will send the file in the same channel, that is message.channel.send, and here we will write the file name. And for that, first we'll see which files. So I have some files that I have used formerly, so that I've stored in new folder. So so these are the files that will ask our bot to return us back. That is the image rewind.png, Python PDF, and the Python MP4 file, and the MP3 file beautiful mistakes. So we will copy all these and paste in our directory, in the same directory that we are coding, that we are writing a code. Now we'll move back to our Visual Studio Code, and here we'll write the file name, that is file equal to discord dot file, discord dot file, and now the name of the file, that was rewind.png. So we'll save this and first run it to check if this command is working or not. So first we'll kill our terminal, save it and run it. And we can see that it has given the session ID and we have logged in as project bot. We'll move to our Discord and here we'll write image in the channel. And you can see that our bot responded with the rewind.png image. So our command is working fine. Now after running this code, that is the type image in the channel, now the bot will respond with the image that we have given in the file, and we have seen that now we'll get the video, audio and a PDF file through the bot. Now to get these, first we must share the file name in the file section for the file that we need to share through the bot in order to acquire the video, audio or the file. Now we need to keep that file in the same directory where our code is there. As you have seen that we have kept that in the same folder. Now we'll write the commands for video, audio and the PDF file. Now first we'll write the command for video, and that is if message.content dot start with, that is video, await message dot channel dot send. Here we'll write the file name, that is file equal to discord dot file, and inside we'll pass python dot mp4. And that would be in the inverted commas. Sorry for coughing. Oh, I have a little cough. Now we have set for the video. Now we'll set for the audio file, and for that we'll write the command, that is the same command, and we won't waste any time. We'll just copy it. We should code as fast as we can, and if the message contains the audio, so what we'll pass, we'll just see what we have. The name of the audio file, that is beautiful underscore mistakes and that is mp3. Beautiful underscore the M was capital, I think. Just check it. That is, yeah, M is capital. So now we have written for the audio file. Now we'll write for the simple file, that is our PDF. So if our command, that is the command we will give to our board, if it contains the name file, then it will give us python.pdf. Okay. And we'll check the name. Okay, the P is capital for Python. And after that we have client.run. That's it. So we'll save this, and first we'll kill our terminal and click on the run button. So you can see that we have logged in as project, and now we'll move back to our board. So our board is active, and we'll start with the hi command. So it says hello, and if we write hi board, then also it says hello. That is, if our message contains hi, then the bot would respond with hello. And if we ask him the image, he'll respond us with the image. And if we ask him with the video, it takes time, like as the video is a bit larger in size. Okay, so it doesn't have any attribute video, that is python.mp4. We got an error here. Start with video file_.file python.mp4. Just check. Yeah, this is the same file. The error should not have been occurred. Okay. We have asked for the video. Yeah. Okay, the error is we have written start with. It starts with. That's why I responded for image but not for video, audio, and the file. Now we'll save this and first we'll kill the terminal and run the code again. We can see the session ID and it has logged in. Now we'll move back to our project and now we'll ask the bot for video. Now we'll see what it responds. Yeah, you can see that it has responded with the video. You can also play it here. And if we ask for image, it gives us the rewind image. And if we ask for the audio, it has shared the audio, that is beautiful_mistakes. And we ask for the file please. So I think we got any error. That is content starts with file, and we have python.pdf, and the error is payload too large. Okay, the request entity is too large. So we have not subscribed with the Nitro version, so we can just send the 8 MB files. We'll just check what is the size. Okay, it's of 9 MB, so it won't share. So you can place any file that is less than 8 MB. Your bot would respond for that. And with that, we are done with our bot and we are ready with our bot. And with that, we have come to the end of this session.
With Simplilearn's postgraduate program in AI and machine learning. With this certification, you will not only learn Python, but also gain expertise in AI and machine learning. So hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box. Our learners have experienced huge success in their careers. Listen to their experience. Find the Simplilearn's course reviews link in the description box below. We wrap up top 5 Python projects for 2023. If you have any questions, do let us know in the comment sections, and do not forget to subscribe to Simplilearn and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from us. Thanks for watching this video.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.